Welcome to the special council meeting on Wednesday, November 23rd, 2022 at 9 a.m. in council chambers and on Zoom. We acknowledge that the town of Kirkland Lake is located on the traditional territory of the Algonquin peoples, including Beaver House First Nation and the unceded territory of other Indigenous peoples. We recognize the presence of the Algonquin, Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Cree, and Métis people in our community since time immemorial and honor their stewardship and care of these lands. We hereby affirm our continued commitment and responsibility to reconciliation. We'll have a call to order and a moment of silence. Item 2, approval of the agenda.
Moved by Councillor Kiley, seconded by Councillor Owen. Be it resolved that the agenda for the special meeting of council held on Wednesday, November 23rd, 2022 be approved as circulated.
All in favor? Carried. Any declaration of pecuniary interest? None noted. Item 4, reports of municipal officers and communications. We'll now have CAO Alan Smith will introduce our presenters for today.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's my pleasure to introduce our presenter today, Mr. Mark McDonald of Independent Resolutions. It's a bit of a background with Mark. Mark started his career way back with the city of Burlington and moved on to County of Langton as deputy clerk. And then for 25 years was the CAO for the County of Elgin. That's where I got to know Mark very well. I worked with Mark for 11 years. I was general manager at Company Development. So I can attest to Mark's excellent knowledge of local government. Mark retired, but he didn't retire very long. And then he became the municipal ombudsman and integrity commissioner presently. And so I am pleased that Mark agreed to come here today and provide his insight to local government and to help council with what they can expect for the next 4 years. So I welcome Mark McDonald to the stage.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. And a few things that Alan probably doesn't know about me is I grew up in the north, born in Elliott Lake, went to high school in Timmins. Worked at Kid Creek Mine in the summers, put myself through university. My sister was actually born in Kirkland Lake. I won't tell you how many years ago. My older sister, she wouldn't want me to tell you that. My parents used to live in Kearns, and I have a niece at Kirkland Lake Gold working in geology there. So I've got a familiarity with the area. And when I leave here today, I'm heading towards Thunder Bay to do a little moose hunting. So I'm here, I come through Northern Ontario several times a year, really enjoy coming back. I don't miss the snow, I will tell you that. But I'm delighted to be here. Before we get started, I want to congratulate all of you for putting your name forward and running for office and succeeding. You know, in my 30 years as a CAO, I got a real appreciation for the commitment from people such as yourselves. You know, you can't go to the coffee shop, you can't go to Canadian Tire, you can't go for dinner without somebody wanting to talk to you about something. And it's usually not to pat you on the back and thank you for the taxes, right? So I have a real appreciation and for the commitment that you bring. So today, the plan, at least for my part this morning, is we're going to do a little exercise to sort of get you into thinking about the role that you play as an elected official. And then I'm going to talk about the roles and responsibilities and some best practices for good governance, followed by a topic that many of my client municipalities, I have a dozen of them, complain about, and that's you know, how much they can say outside of a meeting, what's legal, what's illegal. I'm going to try and bring some clarity to that for you. Let the ombudsman, you have the Ontario ombudsman as your ombudsman. I do it like I say, for about a dozen municipalities. And it's quite interesting, but you actually can say and do a little more than you might think. It's not as restrictive as some think when you understand it. So we're going to go through that, and then I'm going to end up with just highlight some of the key policies and legislation that you should just be aware of. I'm not going to take you through it; that would take forever. But just sort of highlight so that you know it's there, and you can go when you need to. You can go and drill down on it. So we're going to start with. We'll go to the first slide. So yes, congratulations, you've made it. You really are on a board of directors called the council for a corporation. And it's important to understand what it takes to be an effective representative. And so we're going to do just a little exercise. You go to the next one, please. There, I don't know what page in your handout.
It's
Is-
under 4(1)(a) of your day one. I think you're not on that. I think you're on the day two, right? You're on day. Sorry, 4(1)(a) of day one.
It's a list of attributes, about 35 of them. And I'd ask you to take a couple of minutes, read through them, and just pick out a number of the top 5 that you think are the most important attributes for a counselor to be effective. And you take a few minutes and just make your selection. This isn't a test. It's not going to be a quiz at the end. Yeah, so have a look, have a read, and just number, it doesn't have to be in particular order, but number your top 5 that you think are valuable assets to be an effective council representative. I'll give you a couple minutes. Okay, it looks like most pens are down. Who'd like to start with one of their picks, one of their top picks in terms of an attribute? Okay,
A good listener and a skilled communicator.
okay. Anybody else have a different one? Go ahead.
I have, excuse me, I have understands the powers of the council and it is spending public money.
Very good. So we got communication, listener, understands powers. Go ahead.
Ability to think strategically and to understand the council strategy and thinking long-term more than 4 years.
Very good. Go ahead.
I think there's a bit of everything. This is a good job description for a counselor, what it actually is. But if I really have to pick a goal with one of them would be flexible, prepared to consider different routes to the same goal.
Excellent, excellent. Anybody else?
Be prepared for meetings. Have read the agenda and background information in advance. Important to come prepared.
Very good. Anybody else want to add theirs?
I'm with Casey. I think all of them are really important. And I do echo what others have said, but one that hasn't been said was treat others with respect and dignity, no inappropriate contact or comments. I think within council chambers and outside, I think that's really important.
That's an excellent point. Sir?
I had same as there. Good listener and a skilled communicator.
Okay. Anybody else have like a second or a third choice they want to bring up that they think is very important?
Understands the role of management and that council is a governing body.
Very good. Sure.
They come up with and be open to new ideas, challenge old working practices and demonstrate leadership.
Excellent.
No personal agendas. The vanity part doesn't, not too bothered by the vanity, but no personal agendas. I think it's important.
Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, you're here for the community. Very good.
I think to be available for meetings as well. yeah, if we say we're going to serve, this is a really integral part of what we do, so make sure that we're here and prepared as well.
Right, you don't want to be an absentee elected representative, right?
Yeah.
Very good.
Be generally honest and decent, although I take the word generally out of there. And it's unusual for honesty, a politician to be in the same sentence. Being honest often costs you votes, but I think it's important.
Excellent, excellent.
Be flexible and prepared to consider different routes to the same goal. Along the line of what Casey was saying.
Right, very good. I think there's no right or wrong. All these attributes are good. Having a sense of humor is a good one. One that isn't on this list that I think should be on the list is you gotta have a thick skin and be something like Teflon, right? As I mentioned earlier, people aren't usually patting you on the back for the good things that you do, and you do a lot of good things, but they want to talk about what's bothering them, what they think isn't working. And you gotta have patience for that. But so, what we're hearing is come to meetings, be prepared, be respectful. If you look at the list, there's a lot of repeats in here. It's understanding the role, understanding the role of staff, about knowledge. It's about being prepared. It's about showing up on time. It's about being community minded. And there's all kinds of attributes that bring those things out, and you've hit the nail on the head. I don't think we need to go through 5 from everybody. I think that we're all on the same page. And today, really, we're going to focus on those attributes and your understanding, and we perhaps give you a better understanding of your role as an elected official and the expectations and legal expectations as well. So thank you for that. I think that's a good introduction. We're going to go to the first, this one, there's a number of slides in here, and I'm going to try and interject and give you some anecdotal real life examples about some of the things that we're going to talk about in terms of council staff relations. And I always call this, you're in this together. I often see that there's times when members of council, particularly new ones, come in and they were told on the outside, gee, staff's running the show. Staff has too much to say. To that I say, I don't recall staff ever having a vote, ever putting their hands up or anything. Yes, they're influential. That's their job. They're providing pros and cons. It's still up to council to accept it. And you should really be coming in with an attitude of how can we work together with staff to improve the community. That should be your attitude. They're a resource for you, and there's a way to use that resource. And we're going to talk about that in a moment. And one of the things that I again found in my time, and I was guilty of as well, is not spending enough time thinking about your image as a council and developing trust with your staff and with the citizens. And image can be defined as a brand. And what's brand? Well, I like this definition that says what people say about you when you aren't in the room. That's your brand, right? And what people think and say about you, your municipality, is very important. You're going about your business and you're very busy and you're trying to solve problems and you're trying to make the community better. You don't think necessarily stop and pause and think about how am I being perceived as a council? And so you really do have a brand. Do you want to be seen as progressive? Do you want to be seen as dysfunctional? I'm sure you don't, but you might be if you don't keep in the back of your mind how you're conducting business. So what is your brand? And it's important to realize how you behave, how you interact, and how you conduct council business paints a picture of your community. Image is important. I can't tell you how many times I've had, in the past, developers calling up about another community, an adjacent community would call me and say, what's going on with that council in such and such a place? I'd say, what are you talking about? We can't seem to get anything done. They're always infighting. I'm trying, this fellow was trying to bring a new development to the community. And he said, every time I raise something, there's an argument on the council table and they can't seem to decide. He said, it was discouraging him from investing in the community. So people are watching. That's just one example, but people watch. And a positive brand instills confidence. It makes citizens proud of you. It engages the community and can stimulate investment and prosperity. It can also do the opposite. If you're not working together and you're seen as dysfunctional, the chances are you're going to lose investment. It's just people, they pay attention to your image. So I just remind you of that going forward. I got a little glare there. Oh, there it is. Okay, you can't, I'm not trying not to use my own notes. You can, you can't build trust on your own. Obviously, you've got to work with people and get them to trust you and you to trust them. One thing I would recommend is remember that you have expertise around the table in terms of staff. Very skilled and experienced staff, and I've met them. And you should work cooperatively with them. Think of them as an important resource to enable you to build the community that you envision. It isn't us versus them. You should be working together with them. And there's a method. So that leads into what are the foundations of good governance? Well, if you look at your legislative role, and I'm not going to dwell on the legalese too much, but you're there to represent the public and to consider the well-being and interests of the municipality. So remember that, there to represent the public. To develop and evaluate policies and programs of the municipality. So you have the pulse of your community. Your job is to design through staff the policy that you want to see that represent the community and move forward. And through that, you determine the services that the municipality provides. So you're more big picture. What is it that the community needs? And the other part in the legislative role says you're to ensure that administrative policies, practices, and procedures and controllership, that sounds like a run-on sentence, but that's right out of the act. And controllership policies are in place to implement the decisions of council. So what does that mean? It doesn't mean that you sit beside the treasurer and calculate the tax rate, right? That's not what controllership means. It means that you have policies in place that keep you informed of what's going on in terms of budgets, and are you on budget, are you under budget, those kind of things. You put those policies in place and then staff report to you on it. And the other part here is that you're to ensure there's accountability and transparency in the operations of the municipality, including activities of senior management of the municipality. You don't oversee them, but you ensure that they're meeting the needs of and following the policy, implementing the policies that you have designed. So you have a certain responsibility to make sure they're doing that. And it says to maintain the financial integrity of the municipality. That doesn't mean that you are acting instead of the treasurer, for example. And I tell people, you could have been the Minister of Finance for the province of Ontario. That does not make you the treasurer. If you wanted to be treasurer, you should apply for the job. That's not your role. So you have to have some trust that your staff know how to do their job. And they build that trust by providing reports to you to show you what they're doing in relation to what you told them you wanted to get done. There's always that catchphrase, and you're to carry out other duties under this or any other act. But what the legislation does not say is you don't implement your own decisions. Staff does that. You are not to advise and direct municipal employees. So let me give you a really good example of a fairly recent incident that happened with one of the municipalities that I happen to be an integrity commissioner for. Snowplow went off the road. Nobody got hurt. Member of council either heard on the scanner or happened to be driving by the scene. Saw, roads crew out, saw the plow in the ditch. He stopped, he got out, And this individual is counselor, he's probably 6'5", over 300 pounds, big imposing guy. Got out and he went to, he knew all of them, they all knew him. He got out and he said to the road super, how you gonna get that plow out of the ditch? Super says, oh, we call towing company because we need a big heavy duty tow truck to pull it out. He says, oh, don't do that. He says, don't spend the taxpayers' money on that. He says, I know how to do that. He says, well, go back and get, cancel the plow, go back and get the loader. And I'll show you how to chain that up and we'll get that right out of here. I'll save you some money. Save the taxpayer some money. The road super probably should have called the CAO. But he said, okay, you're a member of council, you're directing me. I guess I better do it. So canceled the tow truck, got the loader. I'm gonna hook it up on the back end and pull it out that way. And the counselor said, no, we're gonna hook it up in the front. I'll show you. They hook it up, well, you can guess what happened. They pulled the blade off. Okay, plow never got out. So what they have to do, they have to call tow truck company back. Come and get it. I illustrate that point. Just think about it. If somebody had gotten hurt or worse, a chain snapped, maimed somebody or something, you think the municipality's insurance company would have, that counselor who was going beyond his scope of duties, you think the municipality, their insurer would have covered him if he'd have been sued for his role in this? Chances are it would have been denied because he went beyond his scope, his directing staff. And that's an extreme example, but that's one of the reasons why you don't. You got a problem, go to your CAO to say, you need to take care of this, right? So you don't run the administration. That's not in the act anywhere. So to continue with your legislative, well, this is staff's legislative role, is to implement council's decisions and establish policies and practices, procedures to carry out those decisions. You've heard that, I'm sure, 100 times. And undertake research and provide advice to council on policies and programs in the municipality. This is right out of the legislation. And carry out other duties under this or any act and other duties assigned by the municipality. So that staff role is really to implement what you say is important to the community. Again, you're not expected to be managers or technical experts in municipal administration. If you have a particular background and skill set, and you're watching staff or bringing forward reports and things, and you have something you think it might be of use to them in doing the job, the way to do that is set up a meeting with the CAO and that person. Sit down and say, hey, here's how we did things, just thought I'd share it with you. It's an information sharing thing. But don't do it at the council table. You might have some really good ideas that they could use, but there's a way to do that, and without appearing to be running the administration or directing the staff. Just say, let's have a casual conversation about, I've got some ideas, and do it off, sort of a one-off on the side. Also, staff know they don't play a political role. They're not supposed to play a political role, and they're supposed to give you unfiltered advice. So here's a big one that I think people aren't always aware of, particularly when they're coming in for the first time or so on from the outside, and it's that you only have one staff person. I remember having years ago having a labor lawyer come in to do an orientation with the council. I had 25-member council back then. And his first question to council is, how many staff are you responsible for? And I remember some of the members turned to me and said, how many staff do we have here? That's, well, 450, somewhere around there. Oh, we're responsible for 450. No, you're not. You're responsible for Mr. Smith. He's responsible for everybody else. If you've got issues with the administration or a staff member, you take it up with the CAO. The CAO then takes it forward. If you don't like the results, then we have a discussion with the CAO, but it's really his job to follow up. It's not your job to tell him. So again, you've heard me say this before, and I am going to repeat some things here on purpose for emphasis. And again, allow the CAO to staff. So, and you've got the pulse of your community, and staff know that they do know. They want the sort of same things you want. They want the community to thrive and to progress. You've got to keep that in the back of your mind. But you got to remember that they may not always support your initiative. You might have something really dear to your heart, and they're going to give you the upside and the downside of it. Even though you may not want to hear the downside of it, you need to know it in case something goes sideways, or it may not work. There may be unintended consequences to your pet project that you might be able to work out, but you got to know what they are first. So that information from staff helps you make informed decisions. So once you've been given this informed knowledge from the staff, then you can determine how to proceed. I'll give you an example from a local area. Port Stanley obviously is on the Lake Erie, and there used to be an old pier that they decommissioned years and years and years ago. Part of the reason they did decommission was some people had drowned off it, having a little too much to drink and diving off the end, and so on. It became a real liability, and then upkeep became expensive, so they decommissioned it. Council a few years ago said, we want to revitalize it. It's a great tourism draw for the community, and they're going to put a park right next to it. And but staff, particularly the legal advice, says you don't want to do that. But think of the liability. You're going to have people drive their motorbikes off the end of the pier, or vandalize it, or hurt themselves or others. And the council said, yeah, we hear that, but what can we do to mitigate those risks? We want staff to come back with a report, and including the solicitor's advice on what we can do to mitigate the risk of extending this pier and revitalizing it. So they did. Staff came back and said, well, we can put cameras up, we can put good lighting up, we can put fencing so they can't jump off the sides of the pier. And it could be, you could ask the police to do some regular patrols. And we'll mitigate the loss. We realize mitigate the risk. We realize there's some liability to it, but it's an asset worth preserving and bringing to the community. And so they did. So it's a great example of, staff said, don't think it's a great idea, shouldn't do it. Council said, but we want to do it, and we think it's good for the community, and let's work together and find a way to do it. So I bring that up just to show that even though staff may have to point out some pitfalls, we can still work together because they're out for the ultimately the same thing at the end. So I'll just conclude that little example. It's a really, really nice asset. Well worth rejuvenating. Again, it's an example of working together, using the expertise of staff and melding that with what the political will, what you saw, what they saw as a council. It's good for the community. So when you're making decisions, you owe it to yourself and your citizens to consider all sides of an issue. You've heard the term, I'm sure many times, due diligence. That's what staff's bringing you, their information in an unfiltered manner to help you do your job. So that doesn't mean that you can't have an opinion on something, you can't question. Yes, you can question reports and recommendations. You can disagree with assumptions, and you can obviously present a different point of view. the secret here, and it isn't really much of a secret, is do so without getting personal. It's really easy to get yourself into trouble, especially nowadays. And I'll give you an example of a mayor who, and this is all public, it's public report, so I can talk about it. The made a comment about a staff report. There's a CAO did a staff report, and at open session, open council session, press were there, people were in the gallery. This mayor said, we can't let that report go forward. If we do, we're being less than honest with the public. Less than honest with the public. I got a complaint, affidavit filed, saying that is against code of conduct because it was personal. It was about the CAO who wrote the report, and this mayor was saying, you're not being honest. When I asked the mayor about it, he said, well, I didn't call her a liar. I said, what does less than honest mean? You're either honest or you're dishonest. You're either telling the truth or you're lying. Oh, didn't think of it that way. So anyway, good news is he apologized and that was accepted. But I use this as an example of how easy it is to get yourself in trouble, particularly if you get personal. And in your code, which you're going to hear about from your legal advisor this afternoon, your integrity commissioner, you know, your code says focus on issues, not personalities. So I like this phrase, you're the policy boss, staff know you're the boss, policies, and you know that staff know that you're the boss when it comes to policies. And so keep that in the back of your mind, that they understand that going forward when they're giving you advice. So here's some best practices about understanding, recognizing process. Process is important. A lot of people don't spend a lot of time with it, but process is important. And I've got some suggestions for you to keep in mind as you go forward over the next 4 years. You got an idea about something, I would suggest run it by the CAO first. Test it before you introduce it. Often CAO can help refine your idea and help you make it work. What I've seen in my time is councils will come to a council meeting, they've read a report and they're well prepared, and they'll put a recommendation on the table to alter the report, which is fine and certainly within your purview. Only to find out that there were there's some negative things, negative sort of side effects of that proposal the way it is written. It may have unintended consequences. And then, you know, staff will say, not a bad idea, but if you did that the way you worded it, we're going to end up in trouble over here with this. And then the counselor gets red-faced. You know, they're embarrassed when they could have avoided it if they've just gone and talked to the CAO and say, here's what I'm thinking. What do you think? Still put it on the table if they want. I'm not telling them they can't, but the CAO is going to try and refine it for you to make it so it'll work. And it will point out perhaps some unintended consequences of the way the resolution is written. So save yourself potential embarrassment and some time, and run the idea by the CAO first. And get help when drafting a resolution. You know, there's a rhythm to them, a format. And rather than try and put it together yourself, well, you can, but run your draft by staff. And because the other thing that can happen is you bring it up at the council table, you know, everybody be looking at each other thinking, well, how do we fix this to get it, you know, to move it along the way you want? And you're using valuable time at the council table trying to figure it out. And it's better if there's been some pre-thought that's gone into it. So treat your CAO as a resource. No, I'm not suggesting that you contact Mr. Smith every time there's something that you might be able to sort of ferret out yourself. And you got to be mindful of his time, but I'm sure he'll tell you if it's getting to be too much. But so be selective, but use the resource. So there's a symbiotic relationship between staff and council, and you really are in it together. And you should remind yourself of that. Avoid last minute surprises at the council table and resist the temptation to embarrass someone. A counselor who took a disliking to the director of engineering. And every time he could at a council meeting, he would try and embarrass the director. There was some kind of personality conflict. And the one example I remember, he asked, we just completed a road project, and he asked this counselor asked the director, have you driven the road lately, the one that they just paved? Well, a few days ago. Well, you better go out and drive it now, because you're obviously missed something. What did I miss? Well, they're one of the culverts, the pavement's falling apart, and it's dangerous. Well, why didn't that counselor who noticed it call up the director or the CAO in particular, first of all, and say, we got a problem on that new road, I think it's dangerous, can you look into it? Now, he waited at risk to the community driving that road because he wanted to set up the director and make the director look bad, making himself look, that the director looks small, but somehow made himself look big. There's no need for that. So what he should have done is follow the chain of command, call the CAO, who then engages the senior management team. In this case, he would have got a hold of the director and said, we got to go down and look at this and take care of it. Could be a safety hazard. So, as I mentioned earlier, if you have issues with a staff person, allow the CAO to deal with that staff member in a professional manner. We're living in an age of heightened sensitivity. All these human rights, guarantees. There's anti-bullying policies, workplace harassment laws, and you could get in. If you got into it with a staff member, you could actually say the wrong thing, and it could come back on you. Particularly if it's a violation and it could be proven a violation of human rights. When a human rights award is, if a person gets an award, if it's say 10,000, it's 10,000 tax free, comes out of your pocket as a municipality, and so it's significant. So you got to be really, really careful. And why put yourself in that position? Have the CAO deal with that person. You have a council staff relations policy. I don't know if it's in the package. It's not a long policy, and I've covered a lot of it in this presentation today, but I would encourage you to familiarize yourself with that. And it talks about working together and gives some good ideas of what's a good use of your staff's time and so on, and how you should interact. And I would encourage you at some point just to go over the highlights of that. So let's drill down. We saw your legislative role. You understand that. What is your role from a practical point of view? And it's important to recognize that you're elected for the betterment of the entire community. And if you are representing a specific issue group, remember though, you've got to look at the entire, the big picture of the community. And an example I use is, say there's a proposal for a group home in the community. And through planning, recommendations come forward that a group home be established. Council has said they want to have a group home, and now the planner said this is the best place for it based on planning principles. And all of a sudden you get pushback from neighbors near the site where the group home is going to go. right? So you feel compelled to represent those neighbors. I get it. You bring up their interests. But you got to keep in mind that the location of that home was chosen through planning principles, and council worked together and determined that was the best location for the home in the community. So while you can bring up the interests of those, and you should, of the people that contacted you and say they don't want it, you're to look at it from the big picture perspective and say this reason we want to do it, and it's going here for these reasons, and you explain it to the ratepayers, who probably still won't be happy, but that's how the decision is made. So you're a decision maker in a democratic process, and the majority rules. Even if it's against your thinking, we've got to fall in line. And staff know that they have to treat all members of council as equals. And they shouldn't play favorites, and they don't. And you shouldn't ask for preferential treatment. If you want something done, and it's important to you, then they should be talking to all of council. Council should be making that decision. They shouldn't be playing favorites to you just because they like you and you got a good working relationship. They have to treat everybody the same. The other part is that the will of council supersedes what any individual may desire, no matter how well-intentioned you are. So keep that in mind. You could be passionate about something, you really want to see it happen. But for various reasons, the vote doesn't go your way. You have to learn to accept that, as hard as it may be, and move on. And again, it's all right to argue the position of your constituents, but you must accept council's final decision. The act talks about council shall be open, honest, and focus on issues. I mentioned this earlier, rather than personalities, and avoid aggressive, offensive, and abusive conduct. I did an investigation, the last one I did a few months ago. There's a member of council, it's basically harassing staff at council meetings. He didn't swear at the individual. It wasn't that kind of harassment, but would say things like, you must have an ulterior motive for what you did. Like enforcing it, he was enforcing a bylaw, by the way. You must have an ulterior motive. Or he asked at one point, when are you going to retire? It wasn't just kidding about it. So, in other words, he was trying to say it's time you retired, but he didn't say it that way. And it was a repeated pattern over months of how he was treating that individual. And that was abusive conduct. It was harassment. It wasn't just one instance, which isn't good either, but it met the definition of workplace harassment because it was a pattern of behavior. And so you've got to really be cognizant not to do that. The other thing to remember is that you're, as a member of council, you're to accurately and adequately communicate the attitudes and decisions of the council, even if you disagree with the council decision. You made the arguments. You feel a certain way about a particular issue, but it doesn't go your way. You have to, once 4 hands go up in this group of 7, it's going to happen, and you need to let it go. It's a case of you win some, you lose some, right? Hard to take sometimes, but you've got to do it. This one's really important. No member shall release, make public, or in any way divulge any such confidential information acquired by virtue of the office unless expressly authorized by council or required by law to do so. I'll give you an example of this one. Let's say your solicitor comes in to an in-camera meeting and provides a written report on a highly confidential item. And the solicitor says, I would like that, once you read it, and we discussed that I'd like that paper report back from all members of council. I'm gonna shred it. It's that sensitive, can't get out in the community. I've seen where members of council said, no, that's mine. I'm sitting here representing the public. Yes, you brought that information to me, but now that it's out, it's mine. No, it belongs to the assembly. It does not belong to you as a councillor. And you can't release it unless that assembly, so this group, or if you're in a committee, would have to by majority vote say, you can keep the report. It's not yours. It does not belong to you as an individual. Sure, go ahead.
Some of us are members of professional organizations or government bodies that dictate how we must act in our careers. What happens when your role as a counselor and my governing body's rules interact? Which one takes precedence?
Yeah, so you have to make that decision that you have a conflict, right? It may not meet the pure definition of conflict of interest in terms of the act, but you have a professional conflict with that. So you have to decide which side you're going to take, and excuse yourself from this table if it's too big a conflict for you in your own mind, given your professional obligations. That's one option for you to do. You can't, well, I'm sure you wouldn't want to conflict yourself and agree to something that's going to get you in trouble with your, with your job, for example, or your professional organization. So you may have to then excuse yourself from the council table. But again, that's up to you to decide, and you'll have to look at it. But if you want to participate and you don't want to get yourself in trouble with your professional organization, either declare, you probably should not participate because of the effect it's going to have on your job. But either pick one or the other, and like, I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to in terms of,
Yeah,
but you know what I'm getting at is,
yeah.
pick your battles and which one's going to get you in the least amount of trouble.
But sometimes it's not about the least amount of trouble, it's doing what's right as well.
True.
Like
Very true.
yeah.
Very true. Very true. Yeah. I had, we call them wardens, but the head of a council one time, one of the best in certainly in my time. And his motto was do the right thing. And it cost them a lot of times some votes and some issues, but I got to hand it to him. And he used to say that to staff. I see what the issues are. Well, what's the right thing to do? And he lost some of those votes, but he won a lot of them, and I sure tell you, he won a lot of respect for it. So, so this is right out of your playbook here about not releasing information. Again, and the release of confidential information can only be made by a majority of council, and no individual member of council has the authority to waive this privilege. And that was the example I used about this solicitor. Here's another thing. You should really only give direction to staff as a council. So by resolution and through the CAO, or directly, you could call Alan up, I guess, and say, we'd like to have this done, can your staff do it? And he'll have to decide whether that's something that all councils should know about and approve or not. But again, it's to avoid you becoming involved in the management of staff. So this is out of your council staff relations policy. It says if you want, it's a significant project and you want information from staff that you know it's going to take some time, you should bring it up at the council table as a resolution. And then, requesting that staff provide this information as a council so that all members of council are aware of it and all members of council get the same answer when it comes back too. So that you don't have, I'll call it privileged information that someone else doesn't have. So it's important. And it also then allows you to use staff time effectively by doing that. So you're not referring a whole bunch of matters the staff all the time for reports. The best practice is to come to this table if you need that kind of information, and that it's going to take a considerable amount of time and effort, then suggest it at this table. And staff then will undertake significant projects only if they have been directed to do so by council resolution or through the CAO. That's a standard operating procedure and practice across Ontario with many, many, many municipalities. It's a good one to follow. Here's one. Yeah, sure.
That direction by council. As far as the resolution or report to council, is it the responsibility of the clerk to write up the, in conjunction with the person wanting to bring it forward? Is it up to the clerk to write up the resolution or report to council?
What I would suggest, and we talked about that a little earlier, it's better to work with, right now, I would suggest you go to Alan. And if he needs Jen involved, I'm sure he'll get Jen involved. And I would encourage you to work with staff to write that resolution up. It's not mandatory, it's a best practice, and it's a good one though. And as I mentioned earlier, you could do it. And you might be quite confident and competent in doing it. But there may be something in that resolution that could be counter to your own initiative, and it'd be nice to find it out before it gets on the council table. So
I think most councillors would prefer having it going through the CAO or clerk to write up the resolution.
Excellent.
Because for reasons just as you mentioned.
Yes, yeah, I'm glad to hear that, and that's the way to go in my view. It'll save time, for sure.
Yeah, I've used Jen in the past to write resolutions, sort of at her insistence, which probably ticked me off at the time, but nonetheless, she's excellent at it. There's no way I could have produced the resolution the way that she wrote it, which is like totally the way it should be
Right.
for this council table. And yeah, it was an adjustment for some of us. But once you did it once, it was like, wow, that's the way it's supposed to be worded, and that's not the way I would have worded it. So Jen's an excellent.
I'm not surprised.
Resource.
I'm not surprised. I've worked with Jen sharing this presentation, and she's given me some good advice too.
Yeah, well, we'll leave it at that. It's being respectful, right?
Right.
Yes, yes. And we have a sense of humor.
Yeah, glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Yeah, this one is about records and what you're allowed as a council to see. And I think back many, many years ago when we used to have, it's not called this anymore, but we used to have welfare. So this is a long time ago. And I remember one council in the East got themselves in trouble. They were demanding to see the welfare rolls. And they said, we're a council, we're allocating our portion of money towards that service, and therefore we have the right to see. They wanted to see it was a big hue and cry over it. And they didn't have the right to see that. That's personal information, private information. And so you as a member of council, believe it or not, don't have any more authority to look at private information than anybody else on the street. You have the same. So there's a mistaken belief that you have, because of your position, you're privy to some personal information, and you are not. And that sometimes comes as a shock to members of council. Everyone's supposed to comply with established policies. All members of council, your code of conduct, human rights legislation, and your procedural bylaw. There's a number of bylaws and acts, and you're expected to follow it. And remember, you took an oath, and your oath said that you would be impartial and you would exercise your office. That means exactly what this says, that you'll follow the laws of the land. Here's an example about that. About 5 years ago, I had a council that was, you remember the, I think it was Bill 68 back in 2017 said all municipalities must have an integrity commissioner and you must have a code of conduct. One of my councils was trying to decide whether they wanted to agree with that. I said, what if we don't want an integrity commissioner? What if we don't want a code of conduct? And so I had come in and said, well, I talked to the provincial ombudsman. Well, I actually asked the office of the ombudsman what they would do if a municipality refused to establish policy. And they said, well, we would come down and talk to them. And I said, big deal, right? Come down and talk to them, so what? They'd use moral suasion and convince them that, you know, they're breaking the law by not having a code of conduct because it's now enshrined in law. And the other thing I pointed out to them, I said, don't forget, you took an oath and you swore an oath. And your oath really compels you to exercise your office with impartiality, and you're actually breaking that oath if you don't. So the vote went 4-3 in this particular case, happily, to establish a code of conduct and have it. But it was that close. And then they asked, well, if they're not going to do anything to us, you know, because the ombudsman doesn't have the power to fine or anything like that. They can try and maybe publicly embarrass you with a report that says you didn't do this and you should have, and the public should know you're breaking the law. But that's the extent of what they can do. But what worried me, and this was never proffered by the ombudsman at all, but you know, you still are getting some grants from the province of Ontario for some things. You know, policing being one of them, for example. I could see where if they push too hard, the province will say, well, we're going to withhold those grants until you do what you're supposed to do. Nobody ever threatened that, but I could see that as an outcome if you push back too hard on something like that. Despite, you know, and you also have broken your oath, which is a big deal. Again, this goes to conflict of interest. You're not supposed to, I think you all know this, to use your influence to your own private advantage or the advantage of another person. Again, you're supposed to rise above it and set an example of good behavior. And you need, and you're going to hear about this afternoon. I won't go too far in it, but you need to understand your obligation on the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. And I'll give you an example of one that I had to deal with, because I think it's important to sort of put this in real terms. And a member of council who owned a restaurant in the municipality actually moved or seconded a recommendation to deny selling land to a competing restaurant. And it was on record. It was a recorded vote. And I got an affidavit accusing him of conflict of interest. This is all public. And when I called him up and said, you know, do you think he might have breached conflict of interest there? No. So he pushed back. He went and hired a lawyer and he pushed back and had all this evidence. And eventually, after 18 months, so what I had to do was put together an application. It's called to the Superior Court. It's called a Section 8 application, long application, hours and hours, explaining the process I went through to determine whether or not I thought there was a conflict of interest here. Your integrity commissioner doesn't adjudicate that. A judge has to say whether or not the judge agrees with the integrity commissioner. But anyway, Went through this for about 18 months. Finally, he saw the light. He had hired his own lawyer. He spent probably $30,000 of his own money on a lawyer. I'd spent about 10 because I had to have a lawyer represent me. And he finally said, is there any way we could settle this before we got a court date? And I said, sure. You're willing to make an apology, a public apology to the council and the ratepayers of the community? Yes. Okay, will you cover the legal expenses of the municipality, which was about 10,000? Yes. I said, and the maximum fine that I can impose as integrity commissioner is 90 days suspension of pay. So we lost that. So think about it. He made that decision wrongly in his own interest because he didn't want to have a competing restaurant, right? Cost him, and I'm estimating, but between 20 and 30,000 for his own lawyer, 10,000 for the municipality's lawyer, plus 90 days salary. All for something, if he'd have said right in the beginning, oops, even if he said, I shouldn't have done it, I now realize I thought it was okay, whatever his rationale, could have avoided all of that. So I'm sure you're going to hear more about that from your integrity commissioner, but conflict of interest, if you have to defend yourself, even if you're right, it's onerous on you. You might be covered under your municipal insurance if you're not guilty. But you need to avoid it. So you need make sure you don't put yourself in a position where somebody thinks that you have taken advantage of your office. So read municipal conflict of interest act is short. I'll be 5 pages. Got it. There's a handbook on it, yes, which is very good. Which is, and my advice to people, if you think you may have a conflict, when in doubt, bow out. Why would you do that? One mayor once said that was really good. I get paid the same for marching as I do for fighting. Think about that one. Why put yourself in that position and have to defend yourself? I thought was a good way of summarizing that. So, but what are the consequences of poor behavior, right? And you could be the subject of code of conduct complaint and investigation. And of course, if the evidence supports the complaint, then a public report is presented in open session on the findings. That's in the act and that's required and you can't avoid it. Council has to deal with the report of the investigator in public session. And the penalties range from, could be a reprimand all the way up to 90-day suspension. And again, you could be the subject of a conflict of interest complaint. And if the evidence supports it, as I mentioned earlier, you may be forced to represent or be represented at a hearing in front of a superior court judge, and the judge will decide whether or not conflicts occurred and what the penalty may or may not be. And that can include a removal from office and the prohibiting you from running for up to 7 years. Okay. So what about staff? I mentioned this and I'm repeating, but I'm repeating for emphasis is they must treat all the members of council as equals. They have to recognize council as a whole is the decision-making body, ultimately responsible to the electorate. They have to implement your decisions. Again, they provide council with professional advice, research, and good judgment. They serve you as a whole and not as individuals. There shouldn't be any favoritism. They try to be responsive and timely. They know that if they help you do your job, that the community is going to benefit from it. They have to be diligent and impartial and not take sides. And they certainly can't publicly criticize decisions of council in any form or in any medium anywhere. And they have to follow and be compliant with all relevant policies. That's the staff role. So, key messages. I'm sure you're all waiting for a coffee break. Council and staff really do have the same goals, and that's advancing the interests of the municipality, even if they're giving you advice that you don't want to hear. They're not doing it to be obstinate, they're doing it so you're fully informed. Staff are a resource for you, and acting through your CAO, you should utilize that resource, but don't take advantage of it, of them. Take advantage of their expertise, but be selective. Remember that informed decisions are the best decisions. And a solid council staff relationship is a reflection of your community, and reputation is important. And people are watching. Alan mentioned the other day, the first snowstorm, some of the tweets you got from, geez, you haven't got a plow here yet? Right? You know people are watching you. And it's not just the citizens, it's others, and people might want to do investment, might want to invest commercially or industrially in your community, or watching how you conduct yourselves. So you need to understand your role and that of the administration, and yours is obviously political and theirs is not. And remember your one vote in a council of decision makers, majority rules. And finally, conduct yourself with decorum, professionalism, and civility. It's okay to get a little warm and heated in a debate, but keep it civil, keep it respectful. Your community really does expect it. Yes, good time to ask questions. Right.
Thanks, Mark. I just wonder, are there any decisions that require more than a simple majority?
It depends on your procedural bylaw and what you're allowed. I can think of one right off the top I'm familiar with in your bylaw, and I'm glad you raised it. Actually, it's a really good point. If you're supposed to provide notice for everything you do at council, right? You have a notice bylaw, you have a procedural bylaw that says there is an exception, and I happen to know this one because I was talking to Jen about it last night. It's section 58 of your procedural bylaw. It's called new item. It discourages you from bringing new items to the council table that has not been previously advertised. Notice. But there are occasions where something is urgent, and so urgent that you've got to deal with it at that council meeting right now. The example I used is, say the solicitor, say you get served some kind of legal action for whatever, and the solicitor gets it the day of the council meeting, the agenda's already gone out. And the solicitor says, look, I got to get instructions from council, I got to get it now, because I have to respond on your behalf, right? It's a new item. So that requires 2/3 majority to bring in a new item that wasn't advertised, and you're discouraged from doing it. And that's why you need 2/3 on a simple majority. So there are occasions, and maybe if there's others, I'm sure Jen will talk to you about it when she does her presentations later. But yes, you're right. There are times when the simple majority isn't good enough. Anybody else? Any other questions? Are we ready for a break?
We are. We're gonna take a 5 or 10.
I think we're going along pretty good. So
Okay, we'll go for 10. Thank you. To order, and we'll be continuing with Mr. Mark McDonald.
thank you, Madam Mayor. The next section, I'm going to talk to you about one of the biggest complaints I hear from municipal councilors is that this open.
Sorry,
We okay?
we had some feedback there, I apologize.
Okay, all right. One of the biggest complaints I hear is that, with this open local government transparency act, that it really stifles conversation amongst counselors. And I'm going to address some of those concerns and let you know what the Ontario Ombudsman says about that, because you can talk in certain circumstances. You can say, you can have casual conversations, but you can't advance the business of the corporation. So I'm going to try and shed some light on acceptable practices when you're going in camera or having your closed meetings, and talk about the current legislative environment you're in and considerations. So what is a meeting? First of all, the definition is section 238 of the Municipal Act. And meeting means any regular, special, or other meeting of council, of a local board, or of a committee of either of them, where two things have to happen. A quorum has to be present, so there has to be at least four members involved. And you deal with a matter in a way that materially advances the business or decision-making of the council, local board, and committee. They even go further and they say, if you're laying the groundwork for a decision, four of you at least having a conversation, then that would be considered an illegal meeting. Now, there's no bright red line, and I can't point to what is a material. When you're advancing the business, it says materially, what does that mean? Everything's nuanced and everything's situational. The ombudsman will look at it. But what you need to keep in mind is when you're having a discussion about something, are at least four of you involved in it? And are you talking about advancing the business while you're having this conversation? You're supposed to have those discussions in open session where the public can watch and can observe. You're not supposed to be having it behind the scenes. And that's what that's getting at in that section. Obviously, you go into closed meetings and having camera sessions for a number of reasons. And there, some of them are listed there. Security of the property of the municipality, personal matters about identifiable individuals. Obviously, if you're going to talk about, you're going to have the CAO performance evaluation, you're going to talk about Mr. Smith's performance. That's a personal matter about an identifiable person, your CAO. You can go in camera for that. If you're going to propose or there's a pending sale or acquisition of land, let's say you're selling a piece of property that's municipally owned, you can go in camera and talk about that. You obviously, you might have an appraisal of the land value, and you might have a number that you're willing to accept. Well, you don't want the public to know what you're willing to accept, because guess what your bid will be on, right? So you can go in and talk about that legally. You can go in and talk about labor relations and employee negotiations. Say you want to give instruction, or your staff want instructions on what's the upset salary increase for QP, for example, for 1 year. Well, you can go in camera and talk about that, because it's a negotiation with the union, and council can give staff some marching orders on what they would accept as an acceptable increase, for example. Obviously, litigation or potential litigation. You can have discussions in camera about that. I will caution you though. I read in the Ombudsman's annual report one time about, you've got that too. Excellent. There's some really good examples of what to do and what isn't accepted in that booklet. And one of the ones I remember is a council went in camera to talk about advice under solicitor-client privilege. It was to do with litigation. The solicitor was present, but never gave a report, was never asked a question, and never delivered any advice on that matter that was talked about. Somebody complained about it, and the ombudsman said, that's illegal. Yeah, he or she was present as solicitor, but you didn't talk about it. You used it sort of an excuse to go in and talk about something else. And so it didn't meet the test, and therefore it was an illegal meeting. There's other reasons to go in camera that are allowed. For example, if the federal government, I'll just use the feds for an example, gave you some information that they consider private, then you have to honor that. You can go in camera and discuss it if it had municipal relevance, say, for example. Yeah, so there's other sections, like, for example, today, it's an educational training session. You could have gone in camera and excluded the public and the press and not streamed this if you wanted to. You chose to have it in an open session, and I commend you for that, because there's really nothing privileged in anything I'm bringing forward, at least. And so, but you could have legally gone in camera, and it would have been allowed under the section. But let me say this, your clerk, Jennifer, knows these exemptions really well. And I have no doubt she'll remind you if you're trying to do something that wouldn't be accepted by the ombudsman. I think she'll let you know. In fact, I know she will. It said, when you are in closed session, and this black provides that members may, try to read that.
Go into a meeting.
Go into a meeting closed to the public, and to give direction only. So you go in camera, and I use the example, you're giving staff direction on an acceptable increase for one of the unions, for example. You're only giving direction. You have to keep that in mind. And I know here at the town, those directions are identified as part of a report to council. So you'll have a report that you're reading with suggested directions to give to staff. And language is provided where council is directed this through their employee, the CAO or alternate, to have something done in compliance with the permissible exemption. So thankfully your staff's organized and they're coming forward with, here's what's allowable and here's what we're suggesting you do in terms of providing direction on the camera. So that's all laid out for you, which is very handy. And again, when you're in camera, you can only vote on items from a procedural lens, such as adopting the agenda, secret ballot for the appointment of a presiding officer, for example, approving minutes, and adjourning the session. So the kind of housekeeping items are the things you can vote on while you're entering into discussion. And it should be noted that not all direction and votes are made public. Direction may remain in closed session. Obviously, you don't want to tell the union what you would accept as a maximum, because we know it'll be a short negotiation then probably if you do that. So you're allowed to sort of keep that to yourselves. And there are a variety of allowable circumstances for legal, competitive, mandatory privacy and security reasons why you don't release that information that we discussed. So procedural votes in closed session are part of the closed session minutes, which are not circulated to the public. You have them if for example, the ombudsman gets a complaint, the investigating officer can come in and look at them, but they're not shared. The important part is that you've kept a record of it. So what's an illegal meeting? Illegal meeting. And it's as I said, it's a two-part test. It's one where a quorum is present and the business of the council is advanced in a material way. You're supposed to advertise your meetings, right? You've got public notice provisions and procedural bylaw. You're supposed to be having a resolution entering into the meeting must be made, and minutes must be taken. So there's a process that you have to follow to be legal. And if you're not following any parts of that, then your meeting is illegal. And for example, email correspondence can be a violation of the act if it satisfies the criteria. So you're at home thinking about council business and you send an email out to at least 3 others on council, so you have a quorum. And you're maybe asking them how they're gonna vote on that item that's coming. You know, you're taking their pulse. You're actually doing a straw vote, but you're doing an email. Yeah, that's considered a meeting. You're advancing the business of the corporation with a majority of members. If you're at a public event with provincial dignitaries, that's fine. You can go to social gatherings. But that could be perceived as a violation of the act if it satisfies the criteria. So if there's at least 4 of you at this meeting, let's say you're meeting with the MPP, and it's a social thing, but you're gathering with the MPP and you're talking about municipal business, and some project comes up, and at least 4 of you say, hey, I think we're going to pursue, let's pursue that. You could be, if there was an investigation, someone could say, you know, you were there, you weren't public, you weren't at a council meeting, you didn't even have the rest of members council present, but you had a majority, and you're discussing an item that's going to advance the business of the corporation. That is not legal. Sure.
Just sort of for clarification purposes, we're in a smaller community, relatively small. Where we go to a sporting event and say 4 of us are there. And we just chat, but it isn't classified as a closed meeting.
That's a good point. And I'm going to speak to, oh, it's a good,
Okay.
it's a good question. I'm going to speak to that and give examples of it. But I'm glad you raised it. And so just in general, you can have casual conversations at the sporting event. You gotta be careful to what level and how far you go with that conversation. And I'll explain that a little bit further. It's the same with, you know, I talked about emails. It's the same with serial phone calls. Group or individualized text messaging, despite encryption, can be considered as an illegal meeting. And that is, a meeting of council is not limited. This is right out of the definition from the ombudsman. It says, a meeting of council is not limited to a physical gathering of its members. Instead, a meeting may occur whenever council exercises its authority, including by telephone, by email, via text or instant messaging, in person at community events or in public places. Serial telephone calls, for example, texts and instant messaging are by their nature closed to the public. So be careful if you're sending a text out to a majority of members about a subject that could be deemed advancing the interest or laying the groundwork for decisions of council. Be very careful that that could be subpoenaed, and you could be subpoenaed, and the investigation could determine that in fact, you were laying the groundwork for decisions, and you should have been doing that at an open session or in closed session if it was permitted, but you should be doing it as a group. So the ombudsman's going to say, did council follow the rules and conduct a closed meeting in keeping with legislation and its own bylaws? Did council, or did it conduct an illegal meeting? And again, it's designed to ensure transparency and openness in local government. That's their role. So, as I mentioned before, and you have one, and you're going to hear from your closed meeting investigator. Well, actually, your closed meeting investigator is the province. You're going to hear from your integrity commissioner later. But the province is your closed meeting investigator, and you appointed that person, or I assume back in 2017 when the act came in. And what does the closed meeting investigator do? The function is to investigate in an independent manner upon a complaint made to him or her by any person, on whether a municipality or local board has complied with the act. And they'll look at your notice provisions, where they follow. They'll look at your procedural bylaw, was that followed in respect of the meeting or part of a meeting that was closed to the public. And then they will report on the investigation. So that's why it's important that you follow the legislation. So councils cannot use emails, texts, messenger to advance council business or to lay the groundwork to exercise the power or authority of the council. Emails and these other methods violate the principle of open local government by not allowing the public to watch the process and action. Go ahead.
So if I'm having an email or text conversation with one other member of council, I can discuss whatever I want concerning town business,
Yeah.
as long as I'm not
The access,
communicating with three other.
right, so you don't, well, have one conversation with one person
Yeah.
about that, and then a day later, another member of council, and then a day later, another member, and then now you've got, now you're up to
Yeah.
4. That's not legal.
Okay, but let's say I want to text Casey about an issue. And that's the only person I'm talking to about the issue. That is allowed, right?
Yeah, according to the rules.
Okay,
You haven't discussed it with the majority of council.
now,
So you're allowed to go ahead and do it.
okay, now what happens if Casey then goes and contacts two other people without my knowledge on the same issue?
Okay, so
Did I
now,
start an illegal meeting?
that's a really good question. I think if the ombudsman somebody got wind of that and complained about it, the ombudsman might quite likely rule that that is 4 members of council talking about the same thing. I suspect,
Yeah.
even though you didn't intend it to go beyond, it did.
Yeah.
And, you're all supposed to be aware, not just you, but whoever you told.
Yeah.
Has just as much responsibility as you did not to do that. So I would suspect that that would be considered in violation.
Interesting.
It's a really good question.
Because like, how do I know
Right,
when I make the contact?
right. Again, if you keep in the back of your mind, you're supposed to be having those kinds of discussions around this table, so everybody hears it all at the same time. You also get the benefit then when of staff may have some information for you that would be beneficial during the conversation. That's how you're supposed to conduct business, right? And I've got an example here. One municipality has one of their members of council was actually the Speaker of the House, Ontario Legislator Steve Peters. He was actually Minister of Agriculture. I think might have been transportation or something. He had two. So he asked me, as a member of council, he's on city council in St. Thomas, and he says, in the legislature, he says, I would never bring up an item without talking to my colleagues first to see how they feel about it. And I said, yeah, that's in the legislature. But the legislature has written rules for municipalities. They aren't the same as they are for them. That was permissible for you work. It's not permissible here. Well, geez, he says, I don't like that. He says, I want to know what people think before I bring it up. And I said, guess what? You can't do that in your new environment. But it's quite interesting because, one of his beefs was, geez, if it's allowed there, we're not allowing it here. Yeah, that's true. You can't do it. So, but here's to your point. Can council talk outside of a meeting? If you're at a hockey game or you're in the parking lot, yes, you can talk outside of the meetings. And this is from the ombudsman. The Municipal Act does not prevent council members from ever discussing business outside of a formal meeting. It is expected that some casual conversation, so I'd underline casual conversation, about municipal business will take place among individual members. That's, to answer your question, it's okay to have a discussion at the arena. But how far you go and what your context is really important. And you shouldn't be taking sort of the pulse of your members about it. And I'm going to show you some examples later.
I would also want to caution perception. Because people are always watching, so, even the perception that there's council business being discussed It's not worth it.
That's excellent, because that's what I heard loud and clear a lot of times. You know, you'd have a council meeting and then you go out in the parking lot, you're all heading home, and then a few members would stick around. Probably talking about what happened at the council meeting. Probably, but maybe talking about what's gonna happen in the future about something they just discussed. In other words, they're laying the groundwork. Somebody drives by and sees a few members out in the parking lot. You might have been talking about the, you know, the Grey Cup. The results of the Grey Cup or some hockey game or something. I mean, I'm not talking municipal business, but it looks bad. It's the perception. And then guess what? They contact the ombudsman. The ombudsman will come down and interview you, and it may all end up being fine. You know, you didn't talk about anything you weren't allowed to, but it's that perception. So why put yourself into it? So what's the test for legitimate casual conversation? So when the ombudsman comes calling, what are they gonna look at? Well, there's four things. They're gonna say, did the discussion, email, whatever it was, go beyond informing counselors? What the mayor may call up and say, good news, call each one of you individually. Good news, we've got, a new company's going to announce they're gonna start a business here. Perfect, that's okay, that's information, right? That's informing council. No decision. This is just an announcement coming, giving you a heads up, it's coming. Okay, that's fine. If the mayor though was to go a little further and say, I'll just show this up. Shoppers Drug Mart wants to open a new store on such and such an avenue. Are you in favor of it? That, it hasn't happened yet. You haven't got the development approvals and everything, but I want to know if you're in favor of it. You're taking the pulse. That's the second part, was the pulse of count. You're actually taking a vote without the public seeing it. Can't do it. Did your discussion further the municipality's activity? Well, it could have, so be careful. Depends on the context and what it is that you've actually said. And there's discretion there on the part of the ombudsman. But you've got to want to be really careful that you aren't moving the yardstick and not doing it in open session. Gotta be really careful about it. And so did your discussion rise to the level of exercising council's authority or laying the groundwork for it? So that's the test that the ombudsman's going to apply. Did you, what you said fall into any one of these categories? And if it did, then that's not legal. So this is another quote from the ombudsman. It is healthy in a democracy for government officials to share information informally before making policy decisions. So it's okay to have a general discussion. To expect councillors never to talk to one another outside of a public meeting is unrealistic and would have the effect of unnecessarily curtailing speech. And as I mentioned earlier, this was the big complaint I got early on from municipalities. Geez, we can't even talk to each other. Yes, you can. You just need to be careful how far you go with what you're saying and how many people you're talking to. So I'll just run through some quick examples. A councillor sends an email to the majority of council members asking them if they are in favor of the proposed new group home. Is that legal or illegal? Shout it out.
Illegal.
Right, that's right. Why? Because it's a majority and you're actually taking the pulse. Go to number 2. The mayor calls individual members, and I think I just went through this so that I gave this one away, but the mayor calls individual members to advise them of a new commercial development and seeks their support for it. Is that legal or illegal?
Illegal.
Right.
No, it's legal till you hit the end. And not and like END, but AND after it becomes illegal when you seek the support. If
Yeah.
you're just informing
Yes,
them.
you're right.
it's
So
illegal.
stop that new commercial, just letting them know about a
Yeah.
new commercial development, fine. But are you gonna vote for it when it comes to our table? That went too far. Very good, very good. Example number 3. Jennifer issues an email to all members of council announcing important training dates and seeks your availability. Is that legal or illegal?
Legal.
Better be legal.
Yep.
He's been doing a lot of it.
Very good.
How about this one? The treasurer develops an insert for the next tax installment billing cycle that explains what went into the calculation. Say they do a pie chart, and this is where the money's coming from. And this is why we're asking for it. And the treasurer sends to you, all of council, an email in advance of that going in the public bill. Legal or?
It's legal,
Legal.
legal.
Yeah, it's legal because there's no decision. All they're doing is clarifying what you've already approved and giving it to you in advance so that you can be ready for any questions you might get.
Yes. I think it's just really important to note that when something comes as an FYI, you do not respond all to the email. So if you have a question or you have a follow-up, don't start responding, reply all, reply to the clerk.
Ooh,
Only,
that's excellent
or-
advice.
CA, whoever sent it to you out of staffing, reply to them, not all of us.
Right,
Because
that's
that's
good
when it
because it
starts.
could lead down the path of
Yeah,
making decisions or laying the groundwork for that's a really, really good point.
Because on occasion, we do mention an email that says, please do not reply.
yeah.
Okay,
Good.
Purposely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good, good. Okay. Example number 5, the Director of Community Services issues an email to all council through the clerk requesting permission to open the community pool with proper COVID. So we're assuming that the pool is closed because of COVID. Now the director says, I'd like to open it through an email. No, heads are shaking, no, that's illegal, right? It's asking you to make a decision you should be making at this table.
The clerk would never send that email.
Yeah.
Bonnie would never write the email.
So here's some helpful advice on this. You know, I've been doing this for 5 years, closed meeting investigator, and I haven't had to do an investigate. I've had many inquiries about closed meetings from the public, but they were always done correctly. And it's because the clerk knows, in this case, Jennifer knows her job really well and will tell you what exemptions apply and what don't. And so follow her advice, which I do. And you should develop a philosophy of openness and transparency. You should be questioning, do we really need to go in camera to discuss that item? Before you do. Make that sort of a mantra. That, we only go in camera when we really absolutely have to. If we can discuss something in open, we will. Make that philosophy. The other thing you need to do, and I know you do it, because I know Jennifer's on top of it, is, you can quote an exemption. You can say you're going in camera because of labor relations, but you're supposed to give a description of what is it that you're talking about. And a description obviously can't be so expansive that the public are gonna know, some details that they shouldn't know. Right, but if you let's say you're going in to do the performance evaluation of the CAO, put that in, going in camera, personal identifiable individual, CAO evaluation, that's fine. I've done a number of investigations on this, and the provincial ombudsman, that someone I have to follow, says that you can do almost a title as a description and get away. That's the minimum. So you can just say, performance evaluation of CAO. You don't have to go into any other detail. Or you can say negotiations with a union. You could say QP if you wanted to. You're to provide as much information as you can, but it's not, the minimum is that you provide some kind of a description. There's no, it doesn't say it's got to be 2 lines long and all that. The guidance is that you give out as much information as you can without giving away anything that would prejudice your position. So you do have to, because a number of municipalities for the longest time were just saying what the reason they were going in camera, was to purchase land, whatever. They quote the exemption, but never talk about the subject.
So this municipality had a closed meeting complaint in 2021. The ombudsman did a investigation. I just found the information when we were compiling for the orientation. And one of the recommendations was to be more descriptive when going into closed. So historically here, it's only been the exemption that's been identified on the agenda, which I had been doing all along. However, you'll see in this new term, I've actually added a descriptor where I can. So for tomorrow's session, there's a descriptor of what is being discussed in closed.
Very good, very good, yeah.
To be fair, at one point though, when we went from one clerk and we didn't have a CEO to another CEO, we did start, because I remember finding it very weird because we were being very descriptive with why we were going in. And then it somehow got lost and we reverted back to the old way of doing
It's
stuff.
being reinvigorated.
Yeah, we have done it.
We swung both ways,
Yes.
like too far.
Well, I wouldn't say too far, we just
The one
swung
time
back.
they added the name. That's-
We'll work on making sure the appropriate description
Yeah,
is included
somewhere in
on
the
the
middle,
agenda.
yeah.
Oh, that's really good. You know, that a couple of years ago, I remember the city of Stratford got into big trouble because that's all they were doing too is, and you think, sophisticated and city and all that, and they were never putting in any kind of descriptor in the ombudsman. It was a big case. Did the investigator, wrote it all up, all the things that we're doing. They shouldn't be doing or should have been expanding on. And so obviously they're doing that now, but again, it goes back to being, open local government, being transparent and telling the public as much as you can. I had an instance where the one council was going in camera and they just said what they were doing is they were looking at whether or not they should close a community center. That's big news and the public should really know if you're looking at that. And they just said, their description was facilities review. And then the next thing you know, they pass a resolution to get the community center, it's called Vienna Community Center, get the Vienna Community Center, have it appraised. The public, somebody just happened to be reading the minutes that came out a week or two later and said, whoa, what are you doing with the Vienna Community Center? Your description was you were talking about some facilities. Got them in a pile of trouble, right? They needed, you might as well be open and tell them they're gonna find out somewhere, right? And so just be upfront with them. And that caused great consternation in the community. Okay, so we're going through sort of, key messages. Again, we talked about this, but be careful not to assemble a quorum of members while advancing the business and decision-making of the council unless it's advertised and in a location permitted by your procedural bylaw, in the presence of a municipal clerk or designate. That's another thing. If you're gonna have a meeting, you've gotta have the clerk or a designate present or it isn't a meeting. Right? Sometimes let's say Jennifer's on vacation and Alan's on vacation or something, it just happens to be away. Maybe you want to designate a deputy clerk to take that meeting, or the solicitor, depending on what the issue is, could sit in if appointed and by bylaw designated. But if you don't have a municipal staff person there, that's not, it's not a meeting. Again, watch your emails, texts, instant messaging, an email or group chat or individualized chats and texts that are copy pasted with a quorum of members may be considered as a meeting if the content advances the business or decision making of the council or the board. Talked about standing in the parking lot or you're frequently, let's say you go to a restaurant or you're two members of council walk in, have a drink on Friday evening. Couple of minutes later, a couple more councilors come in. Hey, come and join us for a drink. Right? Just having a drink. Next thing you know, the discussion goes to, geez, how are you going to vote on that? Whatever coming up next week, right? What are you doing? You're laying the groundwork, taking the pulse. Majority didn't start off that way. You didn't plan to meet there. You ended up being there, you're having a few drinks, and then you're talking about things you're going too far. So just be careful of that, and it was pointed out earlier about perception, even if you aren't talking about council business. It could make people suspicious, wondering why you're all together, what is it you're talking about, and then you could be subject to investigation. Who needs that? So be cautious. That's it for that section. Anybody have any other questions? Geez, flying along. Go ahead.
This has to do with a closed council meeting. But individual councilors or members of council taking notes of what took place in the meeting or copying verbatim what took place in that meeting. It bothers me because the only minutes of the meeting are provided by the clerk.
Right.
And there's always the exposure to somebody taking individual notes home and they get out to the public. What is your opinion on that?
Yeah, well, it's actually, you make those kind of notes, it really isn't your property. Those notes about that meeting belong to the assembly. So you gotta be really careful on that. The example I'll use is we have an HR manager here. No, in HR, when you're doing interviews, here's an example. I've sat through many interviews, and you're making notes about candidates. Do you know that those candidates can request your notes on that? So I would liken what you're suggesting to being the same thing. They aren't really yours. You made them. I understand you can make notes. I make notes to remember because I'll forget by the time we get to the end of the thing. What was it I was going to ask? But you want to be really careful what you do with those notes, right? And they really, if somebody pushed, they really belong to, I would let the clerk make those notes, right? But I still understand the point of, you want to remember something to ask, you might write something down. But again, you gotta be really cautious with that. And it gets out. And then the only parallel I can say is like when I do interviews, when any of us do interviews, those notes that you make on individual candidates, they can actually access. And so remember that. And so you wouldn't want your notes to get out to the wrong person, right? I guess you can do it. What I would do is probably tear it up at the end of the meeting when I'm done.
Sure.
Yeah, or give them to the clerk to
Or give them to the
maintain as part of her records.
So the individualized notes of members of council at meetings for their information is not a record of the corporation. Whatever it is of the council that approves as the minutes of that meeting is the minutes of that meeting. You all signed oaths of confidentiality, and you affirmed you made an affirmation of confidentiality at your inaugural that identifies that it's your responsibility to keep the confidentiality of those closed meetings confidential. We can't preclude members to self-educate themselves in terms of what a discussion, what kind of discussion transpired in order for the whole of council to make a decision or to give direction to make a decision. However, it is very much recommended that for your term, if you do have closed session notes, that you bring them to the clerk's office so we can dispose of them in accordance with our records management policies. So we can ensure that those items would not be in the future, for lack of better phrase, FOIable. And they're not just floating around there for other people to have access to. So it's every individualized member's responsibility to maintain the confidentiality of your records. You're provided an agenda. You're trusted that you're going to do your due diligence in terms of keeping your confidentiality for the community. So I'll leave it at that.
That was a way better answer than I did.
Okay.
Well done, very good. Any other questions? Okay, I guess we'll move to the last section. This won't take very long, but it's a quick summary of important documents that you should be aware of. probably are, most of them, but I'll go over them. Again, we talked about this, your declaration of office, you know, you forget about it when you get into the business and just you're doing your everyday work, but it's important to keep it in the back of your mind that you know, under oath, you said you would truly, faithfully, and impartially exercise your office. That should be something that you constantly remind yourself of as you're going forward, doing your business. But we all, you know, you do the oath and then you go on and forget about it. But it's an important document that is on file in the clerk's office. Obviously, the municipal act, I know it's long, but you know, if you have questions, that'd be the first place I would look first to see if we can get an answer. It's online. It's pretty easy to type in the subject matter and take you to the section, depending on what your question may be, but I would use it, familiarize yourself with it at least. You don't have to memorize it by any stretch, but it is very, very useful. And oftentimes when I get questions, I'll refer people to a certain section of the act to get the answer. And it's right there. It's probably the reason why it's so long is because they're trying to cover a lot of things, but it is very helpful. You have a customer service policy, I was glad to see. You know, when you get somebody, the street lights out, it's been out for 2 months. We get that thing fixed. Well, you can go online and you can access the customer service policy and put in I'll call it a complaint about the street light. And so there's a policy there. And the reason I raise this is don't be afraid to refer if you get some complaints from constituents. Say, oh, that's handled through the customer service policy, which sets a standard and strives towards a consistent and uniform process for responding to programs and service delivery concerns. I call them complaints. Concerns probably a better word. And providing an open and transparent complaint process to resolve customer complaints. The next slide talks about this is a real life example from your policy. An online service request is to be responded to within 1 business day and given a tracking number. I was glad to see that because then people can say, oh, I filed a complaint. I'll use the streetlight one about that streetlight being out. I got a response that you received it, and I got a tracking number, and then I'm going to follow it and see if it gets done. Right? That's just one example. But as an elected official, that may save you some of your own time and grief by referring them to the policy. Say put it in, and there's standards in there that they have to follow.
Yeah, I received the concern from a ratepayer. And he was concerned for his own personal safety if his name was attached to the concern.
Well,
So as a counselor, what do you do then?
yeah, well, that's a really good one. So I would suggest that person contact the CAO.
That person or the counselor?
No, that person, if they're really, really concerned that the CAO is they can't trust the CAO, then I guess you could do it. But that would be a sort of a last resort. But you know, that's a good point. They're afraid of some kind of retaliation.
Yeah, this was,
Yeah.
yeah. a
And you know,
neighborhood thing.
I've seen it happen. I'll give you a really good example. There was a parking issue in front of this fellow's house. And he called by law enforcement and his neighbors parking and illegally and all that stuff. And they were monitoring it, but they weren't working as fast as this guy wanted and wanted it resolved. And I guess there were some legal implications and they had to wait for legal advice. Anyway, he put up a game camera, 1 or 2, to overlook these parking spots, take pictures of illegal parking. And the staff it made them afraid. This guy's got a game camera and he's watching us. And instead of trying to resolve the issue, they just didn't come back. And so this guy I ended up doing an investigation, almost an investigation. You know, this guy's saying it's been like 6 months and I haven't got any response. And when I called up the CAO and investigators, because the staff were too nervous. And it was the opposite. It was, you know, rather than the ratepayer thinking he's going to get retaliated, you know, they were afraid And I said, for crying out loud, get in a room and figure it out, and you can pull the cameras down and just deal with the issue and get on with it, and that solves it. Why are you ignoring the issue because you put cameras up? It's never gonna go away. Anyway, it's, so to your point, I mean, if they're afraid to submit the complaint, and, but in the case of the street light, doesn't mean he necessarily has to give his name. You could say the street light is out of here, such and such, but the return email might identify him, so I get that. So I would suggest that I would try to have the ratepayer contact Mr. Smith to see if he could, and if he's not comfortable doing that, I guess you could work through it, but that would be on a rare case, right?
Just a quick question. This is our policy? This one
Yes.
here? I've filed a few of these tickets. We've never had tracking numbers,
That's what it says in the
There is a
policy.
system.
but they're never sent back to the customer, to the person complaining, right?
I don't believe so.
Why not?
Well, it says here you can give in a tracking number.
Yeah, that's what I took off.
I don't, unfortunately, council, I don't have the answer
Okay.
as to what is remitted when somebody lodges a complaint. That would be a good question through the CAO to
Yeah.
the Director of Public Works or.
Okay.
Or otherwise.
I was just surprised, I was surprised by that part, like, the system works, but
The system does work, absolutely.
yes.
Sorry, Dolly?
Can I just add to that? Is the person identified, like if they go on to the online service request, are they identified or can it be anonymous?
Well, their email
From what I read, I don't think
It's
it can
an
be
email.
anonymous.
Okay,
No.
that's what I want.
No. And I don't think you want to start that either, because then you're gonna imagine what you're gonna get.
No, I just.
Yeah, no,
for
it's a
my-
good question.
my,
Yes, I think they
my
have to
information.
identify them.
Okay.
Lon?
Yeah, my experience has been that when people talk to me, ratepayers, if exhausted all the, whatever it is that we have, because I always ask them, have you brought this up to the town? Oh, yeah, many times, and there's nothing, so, but then they get to the issue, then what do? I mean, I have to help them, I have to facilitate that,
Yes.
that process, you know? My first reaction is go talk to Director of Public Works, or send this thing into the online request, oh, we've done that. Nobody got back to us.
Well, I mean, what I would do is refer to Mr. Smith, let him, here's the other thing. And I've read some decisions on this, is even though the ratepayer is asking you to represent them, depends on the issue. If it's a private matter, even though they said we want you to, you're not supposed to. I've seen that, even though, I understand you're well-intentioned. But if it involves something that is considered private, that has to do with sort of the implementation of policy and administration, you should be handing that off to the staff, and let the staff, it's not really up to you. You can say, I'll get it to the CAO. And then if you don't have a resolution, get back to me, but you should be washing your hands of it in that sense. I took care of it, I gave it to the CAO. If you don't get a response, then call me back, otherwise I'll assume it's being handled. Just
That's what I usually
depends on
do.
the issue, but you want to be careful. Okay. Another policy that you should be aware is violence and harassment in the workplace policy. And it doesn't just apply to the administration, it applies to you as a member of council. All members, all staff, not just senior staff, all staff are to be treated with respect and dignity and fairness. And you have to be careful it doesn't invoke the Ontario Human Rights Code. And I can give you an example where a member of council got into trouble with a human resources issue at City Hall. This one city had a policy of they would, a member of council would be, for lack of a better word, would be sort of a lead with a department. So this one counselor was the lead for human resources. So if the director of human resources had some issues or questions that he needed to run by council, this person, counselor, would be sort of the lead instead of the mayor. We broke it up that way. they don't do this anymore because that's not a good practice. Over time, this counselor thought he was running the department. That's why you shouldn't do it, right? But because he thought he was running the department, he tried to solve a very sensitive HR issue and got himself into the soup real bad and ended up with harassment charging, right? So the policy applies to you equally as well as it does to every other staff, and to avoid any kind of harassment. And so to be careful. And, you know, your behavior as an elected official and interacting with staff is governed also by this policy, so you should be aware of it. And we talked earlier, I've been through a number of the points on the council staff relations policy. It's a good one. One of the first ones you should probably familiarize yourself with. And, you know, because it looks at guiding principles, like, for example, making good use of staff time, and reminds you that you're a public figure and you're not staff, and you're not an officer, and you shouldn't be directing. But we talked about that. Procedural bylaw, I understand, Jen, this afternoon, you're gonna delve into that. You know, when I was clerk, I used to say to the council, I used to apologize and say, I don't mean to be clerking you to death on this one, but you know, you can't do it that way. You have to do it this way, right? And you're kind of sheepish, but you have to do it. You have to tell them. And the reason is you want an orderly, professional meeting, and you're running a corporation. Keep that in mind. You want to be professional. You want to be, you know, civil. You want to have decorum. And you also want to be efficient. You don't want to be at these meetings any longer than you have to be. So the procedural bylaw is a guide to keep you there. The other part, sections 34 and 35, talk about your conduct. And, you know, if there's ever a code of conduct investigation about something, the integrity commissioner can look at whether or not you've reached the procedural bylaw under conduct as well as the code of conduct, because that's part of it. So again, follow the procedure bylaw, it will keep you on track, and I'm sure Jennifer will. Anyway. I think this is the last one that I talked about, the second last one. Your code of conduct and conflict of interest are very important to familiarize yourself with, to know. And I'm glad that your integrity commissioner will be speaking to that meeting today.
2:30.
2:30.
I said no from the integrity commission, she can meet earlier now.
Oh,
If we would, all she needs is 30 minutes notice, because we are going to be finishing probably a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
And so we can bump her closer to lunch if we have to.
it's 11:20 right now, so I don't know if we want to recess, then come back at, well, lunch will be here at noon.
Yeah, so we can do I'll see if she's available at 12:30. Okay, if she can, then we can maybe finish a bit sooner than we had planned.
We'll have a resolution for council to amend the agenda after that time.
Okay.
I do want to say that all of the legislation and bylaws that Mark referenced are also presented in your guide.
Yes, you have a council orientation guide at the beginning of your binders, and every policy and bylaw or plan that's been referenced in your guide, that's been identified as in an appendices, is actually included behind it. So that could help you tremendously if you're sitting at home and you're wondering how to address or how to act or react prior to doing so.
All right, well, thank you for your indulgence, putting up with me for this time, and I wish you well, and again, congratulate you on stepping forward. As I said at the beginning, I know it's a huge commitment. It's not one that I would do. It takes a certain person to do it, and I'm sure glad to see people step up, and I know you're here for the right reasons, so thank you very much for the time.
Thank you,
All
sir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So we'll recess. And
Do I have?
return at 12:30. Nope, just.
Okay, so we're in recess now until 12:30.
Okay.
Thank you, folks.
Yes.
Meeting at this time, Madam Clerk.
At this time, there's a motion on the floor to amend the agenda to reorder the business to allow Ms. Kim Collette to present before the municipal clerk. It is moved by Councillor La Chava and seconded by Councillor Casey Owen.
All in favor? Carried unanimous.
Go ahead, Ms. Collette, you have the floor.
How do we want to do the PowerPoint? Do you want me to try to share my screen?
That would work wonderfully. I will just allow that to happen. You are able to do so now.
All right, let me try this. Okay, so it's saying that my internet connection is unstable, so we'll see how this goes. So my name is Kim Chalette, and I'm the Integrity Commissioner for the town of Kirkland Lake, and I've been doing that for the past 2 years. So my understanding is that this morning I'm going to give you sort of a high-level overview of the role, and in particular, I want to talk a little bit about the 2 statutes of importance, and then I'll talk a little bit about the process in terms of complaints and my role in general. So we'll go to the next slide, the role description. So am I sharing the screen or are you moving the slides forward?
I'm moving the slides forwards for you.
Okay, all right. So the Integrity Commissioner is responsible basically for administering 2 statutes or two pieces of policy, I would probably say, the Council Code of Conduct and the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. So those are the 2 primary pieces of either law or policy that municipal councilors should be aware of. On the next slide, we talk specifically about the role, what it does. So the Integrity Commissioner does a few things. Reviews sort of issues related to the code of conduct for members of council, applies any procedures related to the rules around the code of conduct, and I can receive requests from members and local boards for advice regarding the code of conduct and or the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Requests from members of council and of local boards for advice should really come in writing. It's very difficult to provide advice sort of on the fly, so I ask that you send me kind of an email stating what the issue is, and then I can provide advice. I can also provide advice on the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. And I provide sort of presentations and education on the code of conduct and the role of municipal councilors as it relates to the Conflict of Interest Act. Let's go to the, I think it's slide 5, Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. So this is one of the statutes that governs municipal council.
You all had.
Is to prohibit holders of public office from engaging or participating in matters in which they have an economic self-interest. And in cases where that economic self-interest may conflict with their duty to serve the public. The Act basically imposes obligations on councils to declare when they have a conflict of interest. The Act describes certain types of conflict, but the main type of conflict is what the Act calls a pecuniary conflict or pecuniary interest, which is basically a financial interest. And a financial interest could be something like you own a business, which would be like a business interest. You might own some land. You might have financial interests related to family members. So the financial interests are fairly broad under the Act. In terms of a financial interest, it can be a direct interest, which means you actually own a company, or it can be an indirect interest. And those are a little bit more complicated, but an indirect interest might be that as a municipal councillor, you sit on the board of a nonprofit, and at some point that nonprofit comes before municipal council for some kind of decision. And then it gives rise to a potential indirect financial interest of a councillor should you be sitting on that board. We'll go to the next slide. In addition to requiring the disclosure of conflict of interest, the Act describes what process you should use in the case of when you suspect you have a conflict of interest. So it states under section 5.1 that if you're sitting in a meeting and it becomes obvious to you that you have a conflict of interest, you must declare that in the meeting. And that is usually followed up by something put in writing to the clerk. And then you can remove yourself from that decision. Next slide. So section 5.2 subsection 1 of the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act speaks to the need to avoid using your office to influence decisions or recommendations of municipal council. Now, there's been a lot of court cases, court decisions on allegations of conflict of interest. Despite sort of the large volume of cases, it's very difficult to draw any sort of very specific conclusions from the cases other than when a court does an assessment of conflict of interest, it really is.
Oh, we lost you there.
Very difficult to give you in advance a list of what is going to be a conflict of interest because it really depends on the context. Can you still hear me?
We hear you now.
Okay, all right. So, I mean, the bottom line with respect to the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act is where there is an interest, the member has to be disqualified from making any kinds of decisions or recommendations related to that particular issue if the interest is so related to the exercise of public duty that what the courts call a reasonably well-informed person would conclude that the interest, that it's possible that it might influence the exercise of your duty as a municipal councillor. So if there's any potential for someone sitting on the sidelines watching the deliberations of council to say, hey, I think there might be a conflict there, that is the most important thing, because what we're trying to do is avoid the perception of conflict of interest. So whether the minute that you think that there's a potential conflict, you need to sort of turn your mind to it in a serious way. Conflict of interest law is about appearances, and it's aimed at avoiding the potential for a councillor to be influenced by personal interest. So a court's going to ask whether a reasonably well-informed person would conclude that that council member's personal interest in an issue or a matter could influence that councillor in the exercise of their duty as a council member. Now, the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act does list a whole series of exceptions, which I would invite you to, at some point when you have time, to look at the exceptions. One that I just want to draw your attention to is what's called an interest in common. And that's where the interest is shared by a lot of people. It's a broad interest. So for example, if a councillor is a real estate agent and the issue before council is a land development issue, that potentially, depending on the circumstances again, could be an interest in common. It means that despite the fact that you're a real estate agent and you're a councillor, you share that interest as a real estate agent with other people who have common interests in the land. So if such a situation comes up, you ask yourself whether you might have a conflict. Say you ask, is there anything to connect you to the particular matter beyond the mere potential for future business, which that future business in theory applies broadly to a whole bunch of business people in the same. Applies broadly to a whole bunch of business Check it out. What is going on? So, so even though, yeah, my phone was
That's
talking
okay.
to me. So where was I? So even though an elected official may be personally interested in a particular bylaw, for instance, if the advantage obtained by that councillor is one that is an advantage that will be enjoyed in common with the public in general, then it cannot be said that the advantage sought by him is a personal advantage. And if you think of the example of a municipal council voting on reducing the tax burden on citizens, so that's something that's going to impact everyone, including council members. So in that instance, we're not going to say that there's a conflict of interest. So when you're thinking about potential conflicts of interest, think of it along those lines, that would your interest in the matter be set aside, set apart from a common interest that others might hold? Another thing I wanted to just say about the Conflict of Interest Act is, what happens if someone brings forward a complaint around a potential conflict of interest? So basically the process is a two-step process. In the first step, what has to be established is a couple of things. One, that there is a conflict of interest arising from either a direct or an indirect financial interest, and despite this, the councillor improperly participated in a decision. So that's the first thing. Was there a conflict of interest, and did the person participate? In the second stage of the analysis, the burden shifts to the councillor themselves, and they have to prove that they acted inadvertently or they made an error in judgment in good faith, or that the interest at hand is one of the interests which are part of the exceptions in the Act. So that's basically what would happen if you brought forward a conflict of interest complaint. The other thing I wanted to say about the Conflict of Interest Act is, so what happens when a whole bunch of municipal councillors, when you're facing a decision, declare a conflict of interest and you lose quorum? So the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act does have a provision for that under Section 7.1 that basically says when the number of members who, by reason of the provision of this act, are disabled from participating in a meeting is such that the remaining members are not sufficient number to constitute a quorum. Number of members shall be deemed to constitute a quorum. So basically, it doesn't hold you hostage as a council.
Sorry, I'm going to just interrupt because you froze and the most important part of your last statement was missed.
Okay, so basically under 7.1 of the Municipal Act, you're not going to be held hostage as a council if several council members need to declare a conflict of interest on a particular point of interest. The Act has a provision that allows a municipal council, as long as there's 2 members, then that will constitute quorum in the case of several members declaring a conflict of interest. So that's all I wanted to say about the Conflict of Interest Act. Now I'm going to move to the Code of Conduct. And I'm losing my voice here. So the Code of Conduct basically is a document, it's a policy document that guides how council members interact with each other and how you interact with staff. It's really grounded in elected officials conducting themselves according to principles such as integrity, accountability, respect, and showing positive skills of leadership and collaboration. And really it's focused on furthering a local government's ability to provide good governance to their community. The code is intended to protect against a series of conduct which is considered unfavorable. And the types of conduct that are frowned upon are disputes, things like disputes among elected officials, mistreatment of staff members, being disrespectful between council members, name calling, that kind of thing, alleged breaches of procedures or rules during meetings, or the duty to respect confidentiality, which is a big one on municipal councils, the marginalization of special council or board members, of specific council board members or board members, or inappropriate use of social media. Next slide talks about some very specific conducts that we're looking at. So the code specifies how council members really should conduct themselves in meetings. It should be respectful, it should be civil. You must respect the decision-making process. You should attend all meetings. And so if a council member, for example, is not following this particular aspect of the code of conduct, that they're not being respectful, then to the integrity commissioner.
Kim?
The next slide, yeah, yep,
5 seconds there and we missed your last statement.
okay. I was just saying that the types of conduct listed on the slide are if a council member does not follow, for example, respect in a meeting, then that's the kind of thing that could trigger a complaint to the integrity commissioner. The next slide talks about, the code of conduct talks about conduct respecting others. So here is basically, you know, conducting yourself with respect and dignity in your interactions with others. No abuse, no bullying, no intimidation. The code mentions that your interactions should be free of discrimination. And the words and expressions used should reflect respect for others. And again, these are the kinds of things, if they're not followed, could trigger a complaint to the integrity commissioner. The next slide talks about how you should conduct yourselves with staff, because the code of conduct doesn't only apply to how you interact as council members, it applies to how you behave with staff. And there's a whole series of points in the code around how you should or should not interact with staff. You know, on the fourth bullet there, no member shall direct, instruct, or compel any member of staff to engage in partisan political activities. The next one is no member should use or attempt to further his or her authority or influence by intimidating, threatening, coercing, commanding, or improperly influencing any staff. So basically trying to keep that distance between your role as a councillor and the role of staff, and working as a council collectively to provide instruction to council through the mayor. The next slide is about gifts and benefits. So the code provides guidance to municipal councillors on what they should do with respect to gifts and benefits and hospitality. So no member shall accept gifts, benefits, and hospitality connected directly or indirectly with the performance of his or her duties unless permitted under one or more of the exceptions listed in the code. So the code lists a series of exceptions under which you might consider a gift, and I would invite you at your leisure to read the code to understand what those exceptions are. And the code also provides you some guidance with some procedures.
Sorry, Kim, we got cut off again.
Okay. Did you hear? The last point was.
The code.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Your last response was to read the exemptions of the code at their leisure.
Okay, moving to the next slide. Confidentiality, confidential information. So the code is very clear on trying to provide guidance to municipal councillors on what information they need to consider confidentially and respect all of the issues around non-disclosure. It's very important that municipal councillors understand this. This is an area where there have been several several concerns in the past, not necessarily with this particular township municipality, but overall in Ontario, the issue of municipal council members not really understanding the issue of confidentiality. So I really encourage you to spend some time reading the code and understanding the confidentiality provisions. The code on the next slide also talks about the use of municipal property, services, and other resources, which basically is providing you with some guidance around what you are allowed to do or not allowed to do as it relates to the use and the use of municipal property and assets. On the next slide, the code of conduct addresses issues around improper use of influence, which we've already sort of touched on. Basically, municipal councillors need to be very careful about how they use their role as a municipal councillor, and that they should not unduly try to influence any kind of decision-making process using their role as a municipal councillor. And again, the code gets into specifics. On the slide, there's 3 particular bullets, but again, I invite you to review the code of conduct. On the next slide, it tells you basically what will happen, what can happen if a counselor does not comply with the code of conduct. And there's a series of sanctions from something as sort of minimal as a reprimand to revocation of travel or budget to requests for resignations, depending on how severe and how egregious the breach of the code is. And then on the next slide, it basically trying to give you a sense of what would happen if you wanted to make a complaint to the Integrity Commissioner. So if a council.
Oh, Kim, we have a break.
Has reasonable grounds to believe that a member has contravened the code, then they can submit a complaint to the clerk's department using the prescribed form. And then that form is forwarded to me as the Integrity Commissioner. People can also directly submit a complaint to me if they prefer not to go through the internal process, and that's fine as long as it's submitted in writing. I have in the past had municipal councillors just pick up the phone and phone me. I do not recommend doing that. It doesn't give me an opportunity to sort of reflect on the matter, and I really would prefer to receive the request in writing so that I have an opportunity to really reflect on it. So that's all that I had for my overview. And I guess we can have a few minutes if you have any sort of broad questions.
Janice? Yes, I have a question. Hi, can you tell me, is there a timeline as to when decisions are made?
There isn't really a prescribed timeline. I mean, in the past, it's been, 2-3 days. Sometimes I've had instances where it's been the same day if it's not a complex issue, and or if the matter is urgent. So no specified timeline.
Thank you.
Earlier in your presentation, you said declare conflict if we sit on a nonprofit board. If we sit on a council appointed board, does that entail like possible conflict of interest? Like, let's say I sit on THU and THU is coming to our municipality to ask for a change in funding or something. Would that be considered a conflict?
Yeah, so I would say that if you're sitting as a director on a board, then there's a potential conflict of interest. Sometimes it's recommended that if a municipal council wants to have a council member be involved with a community-based organization, that you sit there as a council representative as opposed to a board member. Because the minute you wear the board hat, you have a fiduciary responsibility to that board, which puts you in a conflict of interest when you come to make decisions with the municipal council.
That's what I was going to say, because I remember our induction or training for Timiskaming Health Unit, and the chair at the time said that we are sitting here as directors of THU and our duties to THU before municipality.
That's right.
But as I come back to this table, my duties to the taxpayers of the municipality, so it becomes a not so clearly defined position.
Yeah.
Kim, are you able to shed some light on the fact that some of these,
So representative, if possible.
sorry, you froze, so I was asking a question. Go ahead.
I was just summarizing that it's best to sit as a council representative as opposed to a board member.
Thanks, Kim. It's just a clerk here. I was wondering if you can shed some light on the fact that some of these regional agencies or boards that councilors do sit on as directors is actually a legislated position based on legislation. So it may not be, they may not be able to just sit as a board, as a council member representative. They may actually have to be part of the actual board, which then complicates things, right?
Yep. Yeah. And I think in all of those instances, if a decision is coming before council and you're involved, just step back for a minute and think about, have a look at the Conflict of Interest Act and see if your participation in that decision process sets you aside. Are you part of sort of a common group of people who would share a common interest? Or really, does your role as a director have the potential to conflict with your role as a municipal councillor? And if it does, then you can send me an email and we can have a conversation. But first, the first thing is turn your mind to it.
All right, thank you.
Vlad?
Okay. Good afternoon, Kim. I have one here that's really a dilemma for me. Businesses such as mine, we are by default members of Chamber of Commerce. Not an executive position, but a member, notwithstanding. Now, when so a Chamber of Commerce, when they come to the council for something like, I don't know, permission to have a parade or a little bit of funding, how do you see our role? Because for me, I always look at the conflict of interest or something financial in nature. I have no financial interest as a peripheral member of Chamber of Commerce, if in any way or shape. But what are your thoughts about that one?
Unfortunately, I can't really say right now because I'd need a little bit more information on how chambers of commerce work, what the roles and responsibilities are, what your role is within the organization. But it's all dependent on how direct the link is between the financial interest at play and the municipal councillor and their role within the organization. So for example, if you have a decision, if you're a director and you have a decision-making responsibility within an organization, then that line becomes a lot straighter and more direct. If you're a member of an organization at large, you don't have any decision-making, more challenging, like it, or less possible is what I would say.
Yeah, you broke up there. We missed the part where you were talking. I know it's a frustrating situation with the Zoom sometimes, but we did catch just the beginning of you explaining the intent of when it is a member not participating in the decision.
Okay, so you're either participating directly in the decision or you're a member at large of an organization. When you're a member at large, the risks of a conflict of interest go down significantly. But again, I don't want to say that they never exist because it depends on what kind of issue. So again, the courts have said that it's on a case-by-case basis. It really depends on the circumstances. So I can't give you a direct answer on whether or not being a member of a chamber creates a conflict of interest because it depends on the issue and it depends on your role.
Okay.
No further questions? No? Oh, me? Okay. Sorry. Thank you so much for your time today. We do appreciate it. And hopefully we will not be seeing you anytime soon.
Yes, I hope so too. All right. Well, good luck with your work and nice meeting everyone.
Take care.
Thank you.
Bye.
you rather I sit here, I'll leave it up to the will of council if I present here or if I go in the front.
By all means.
Okay.
So in our package, it
Yeah, sure.
ends, it's in the section 4.1A, but you'll have to flip through to the end of our last.
It's right before the integrity commissioners, package.
Oh,
Oh, I have to put- I'm actually gonna have to present that one at my desk because I have to go through the slides.
Useful policies and procedures?
No.
No, sorry, 4.1B.
Or when,
Yeah.
Okay, I moved the slides to like 91, so
Okay,
okay,
so
1 second.
right before 4.1B tab, it's 9, 10, 11, 12 pages before that. Procedural bylaw overview.
Do a couple of things at the same time.
sure, yeah.
It's just a matter of going with the,
Side to side.
Yeah. But I remember to, note the changing of the slide, as I used to do on my own. Okay, so we'll start with procedural bylaw training. Try not to worry you all to death. It's important. So, we'll go to the first slide. Section 238 of the Municipal Act, as amended, provides that every municipality shall pass a procedural bylaw for the governing of the calling, the place and the proceedings of a meeting. A municipal council must adopt a procedure bylaw, and you adopt the same to establish your rules of procedure for your meetings, including how resolutions are passed and bylaws are adopted. It establishes your rules for how you undertake your council and committee meetings. Provides for the taking and certifying of minutes at council and council committee meetings. Provides for giving advice, advance and public notice of council and committee meetings. This is done in tandem with the town's notice bylaw, by the way, which is also in your first appendices of your orientation guide. And it establishes a procedure for designating a council member as the acting mayor. And then council may include other matters in the procedural bylaw, provided that they do not conflict with any other procedures or requirements set by law or any other established bylaw of the council. The next slide. So Robert's rules, I hear a lot of people say, who is Robert and what are his rules? So, Robert's rules of order are different than your procedural bylaw. Because it's from the meeting procedure requirements, because the procedure bylaw is not a legislated rule. It's a rather a commonly agreed upon set of rules and customs for deliberation and debate during your meetings. For example, Robert's Rules of Order outline the order in which to conduct your business. For example, the call to order, your roll call, the reading of your minutes, and the way to introduce a motion to the table and put forward the vote for that motion. Using those types of rules encourages all council members to use the same language and to participate in deliberation and debate in the same manner, which helps keep meetings orderly and efficient, but it also keeps you accountable to your constituency. Municipal councils may choose to establish rules of procedure on any other matter it considers important. For example, meeting management, so applying Robert's Rules of Order for that. Delegations appearing before council, practice of reading an invocation at the start of a meeting. So example is a land acknowledgement statement, the taking of a moment of silence, expulsion of a person from a meeting for improper conduct, seating arrangements at meetings, limitations on the rights of members during discussions and debates, the time limits for your meetings, civil discourse and appropriate language, making referrals and recommendations, receipts, and discussion of new business. So you'll note that when you are, the previous presentations you received from the other presenters, the code of conduct, your conduct, the procedural bylaw, no mentions of your conduct, and the Roberts rules all talk about conduct. So conduct is very important. Going to the next slide, chair, alternate, and meeting schedule. The mayor is the chair of all the regular and special council meetings. There's also a chair for the committee of the whole and a budget chair who are appointed, which is not the mayor. An acting chair is a person who sits in for the mayor or in their capacity as chair, who is also the person who is appointed as acting mayor. So you'll be receiving some reports from me at your next council meeting, identifying those appointments. And typically the acting mayor role typically occurs in the order of which the votes were cast for the election. So in this same order as you were around the table is the same order you would be taking the acting mayor role. And they're done, I think they're bi-monthly.
Yep.
Yep. So an alternate chair can be appointed should a sitting chair not be present. So that would be done by way of resolution at a council meeting if, for instance, there was a snowstorm or somebody was unable to due to a personal emergency. Regular meetings are held in the council chambers at 4:40 p.m. in person and broadcasted live through YouTube. Now, the procedural bylaw, I will go through this in detail, but allows for electronic participation in meetings. The regular meetings, the first regular meeting in a new year is scheduled on the second Tuesday of January. Council meet on the second and third Tuesday monthly. Annually, council approve their meeting schedule that includes deviations to this rule and also take into consideration conflicts of annual conferences or other stakeholder commitments or meetings. So you will note that in this part of my presentation, I have created a draft 2023 schedule of meetings. For council, we've taken into consideration your committee appointments, your regional appointments, any annual conferences that you may wish to attend. We try to deviate a regular meeting of council from having a conflict with those types of other meetings. So we've tried to do a lot of legwork to avoid not having a full complement of council at a meeting. Notice of a meeting and a fun fact. So the clerk provides council and senior management with notice of each regular and special council or committee meeting. The agenda must be circulated to all parties within 2 calendar days prior to the day of the meeting. And special meetings are at the call of the mayor and require a minimum of 24 hours notice. And just a fun fact that I found out after preparing this presentation, that no resolution or bylaw can be passed at special meetings without a 50+ vote of the whole of council. So that's 50% of 7. So that's very important because I think for the most part, we haven't had any recording of votes and we haven't had any close quorum at a special council meeting. I think we've had a full complement of in the previous term. So, but it is important to note, especially if you decide that you would like to, you have some decisions that you'll have to make that are very important. They're very fiscally important that may impact the whole community. Emergency meetings. So they can be called by the mayor, the CEO, or the clerk in that order. So it starts with the mayor, then it goes to the CAO, and then to myself. A motion with a 2/3 total council must be carried in order for the meeting to take place. They happen, but they're sparingly. In the last 2 years, there's been a couple of changes, a couple of emergency meetings, only because we had to change the procedural bylaw to allow for electronic participation during a pandemic. And the other, there was a couple for that because of the provincial orders. And then the last one that I did was for an emergency change in the contract between the grant funding that we were receiving, the stipulated contracted amount. And we had with 3 days to turn it over so that we could, you know, totally capitalize on that opportunity. I'm not going to spend too much time on council vacancy. I think that if that were to arise, I would give you a fulsome report especially during an emergency meeting. So if there was a vacancy on council, I would be presenting, we would be having an emergency meeting probably to go down that road. I don't think I'll spend much time on it today, but definitely would be an education piece that I would give you if you required it at the time. Regular meetings. The clerk prepares your agenda and works with our senior management team and members of council and the public participating to ensure all the business is included. Further in my presentations after this one, you'll see that I've actually at a glance provided you a pre and post meeting synopsis of what all involves the cycle of a meeting. It's pretty complex. It is very involved and it involves everybody in the corporation. So it gives you a good perspective on exactly what is going on every 2 weeks in between. Council received all information in its final form and content is required no later than the Friday before the meeting. So that's where we ask for the seconders for any of the motions you decide to put on the floor, any of the notices of reconsideration, any reports from staff, any presentation materials from anybody that's providing you with a petition or coming to publicly participate in the meeting. Council receives a council weekly publication from the communications coordinator, who is a member of the clerk's office. She provides it used to be every Friday, but we're thinking about doing it midweek to allow for any emerging issues. So it'll be once a week, you'll receive it, and it provides you an opportunity to look at the issues and see if you have anything that you'd like to lobby the government for or to bring at the table for the whole of council to make determinations if it wants to consider it at its next meeting. Order of business. Oh,
It says council will receive a council weekly publication. Is that by email in our mailbox?
yeah, sorry, yes, it is by email. So all the correspondence from the clerk's office, we have been doing by email. If any member of council wishes to receive physical copies of that, it's possible. We can put it in the inbox. We've created an inbox at the entrance of the corporate services department. We're more than happy to provide it in that fashion. They do get very thick because we do receive a lot. We found that the information sending it to you digitally allowed for a much more leisurely opportunity for council who's not always at the town hall to actually peruse the information and then make determination outside of working hours as well, to then have a conversation during working hours. Order of business. The order of business, you might have to do a couple. Yes, there's special ones on another one. Thank you. I was expecting to do this myself. So the order of business, council's procedural bylaw 1595 was amended by bylaw 2034. And those are just numbers, but what it did was it changed the order of business on the agenda as noted on the slide. So the business of each meeting shall be taken up in the order in which it stands upon the agenda unless otherwise decided by council. So for example, I was having a conversation with the CAO the other day. Maybe there's an opportunity for us to not have to have all of the items or all of the orders on the agenda if there is nothing under them and would not allow for council to change. For example, if there were no petitions and delegations, I would probably keep it on there just for public perception, or not perception, but public knowledge that there were none that were received. But things like considerations of notice of motion, you would not be getting a notice of motion, or you would not be considering one unless you had a notice of motion from the previous meeting. So maybe that gets removed because it's a moot point. And the same thing with bylaws. If there were no bylaws to be read, if there's no closed session, doesn't need to be on the agenda. It's really just taking up real estate. And then matters from close, but doesn't preclude council from wanting to or having to go in that order. We would just follow that order. And then councilors' reports would stay because I will get to that. And questions from council the same. If we don't receive the questions in advance, we should be receiving the questions in advance. It shouldn't be ad hoc, so I'll talk about that too. If we publish an agenda, and there's an addendum that needs to be made, if any of you don't know what an addendum is an add-on to the regular published agenda. You will get as much notice as we possibly can give. It's usually time is of the essence, but we would have to look at the procedure to see how we could allow for it to take place in accordance with procedural bylaw and the notice bylaw in order to procedure for whatever the case may be. And it is a recorded 3/4 majority vote of council to receive the addendum. Your conduct at meetings. So I'm not going to talk about what your role and responsibility is. I think you heard a lot about that today, but I want to talk about the role of the chair. So that's the presiding officer, the mayor, the acting mayor. The conduct of the members is pretty well established in the procedural bylaw. You heard it all morning. You heard it this afternoon again. If the mayor wishes to be involved in the meeting, they must take leave of the chair to engage in a discussion debate. So if Madam Mayor decided that she wanted to bring a notice of motion, she would have to take leave of her position, ask the acting mayor to come and fulfill the role of chair, and then start the discussion and debate. If she,
Did he physically change spaces?
Yes.
Okay.
yes,
Yeah.
the presence of the chair should always be at the forefront of the hall or the assembly. And it is good to delineate the role of the chair in the same position. That's how we were taught in parliamentary procedure. And all members who desire to speak should address the chair, Madam Chair or Madam Mayor through you to member A, B, or C, or to the presenters, or we should use the parliamentary language to bring some consistency to the meeting. You may not speak more than once unless it's for clarification. So you would say, Madam Chair, Madam Mayor, a supplemental question if I may. And I say it very parliamentary, but you know, everybody has their different way of saying it, but go through the mayor is the desired outcome. Or then you can speak more than once after everyone else who wished to speak had an opportunity. So you have a 10 minutes maximum that you can discuss at one time. That's to your right, and the chair is the one who would have to enforce that.
Just clarification, one person speaks for 10 minutes or the whole discussion is
May
10
up to,
minutes?
may speak no more than 10 minutes.
That's one person though,
Duration.
not the
Yeah.
whole council.
That's
as-
right.
okay.
Yeah, it's like a maximum.
Yeah.
At one time.
So if you've asked,
Sorry. Vlad?
Okay, a couple of things. Looking at the order of business, my question is, how come the land acknowledgement is not part of that?
That's a
Because
very.
that's where we
good
start
question.
from, right? It should be, right?
That is a very good question. So in 2021, council received a report to adopt a land acknowledgement statement. And through my research, it was identified that the procedural bylaw had never been formally changed to include it in the order of business. So that remained outstanding. So in the new year, I will be presenting you with probably updates to the procedural bylaw, which will also include the land acknowledgement statement in the order of business. Currently, the way the land acknowledgement statement is sitting on the agenda is it is actually happening before the call to order.
Yeah,
Call
yes.
to order is happening, and then the moment of silence is happening after the acknowledgement statement.
And can I ask another question? Okay, I recall that we do get minutes from communities, council communities. We do get them. So where is it on this agenda? And it's none. Like if you have a museum, they have a meeting, they send it to us, or Parks and Rec, they send it to us.
It's
There's
number
nowhere-
5,
Where? I don't know.
acceptance of minutes.
Oh,
and
okay, sorry.
recommendations.
Okay.
Nope, it's fine. I was getting there in my presentation.
Not the minutes, not the minutes of our meeting, just minutes from other
They
communities.
sit on that same section. So you'd be receiving for approval your minutes as a collective. So your special, your close would be done in close. But then you would, and on the second recommendation would be presented to you with all the minutes of those boards.
Okay,
And then I'll get into the regional boards and what I would encourage council to bring forward at what section of the order of business to bring forward.
Dolly?
Thanks, Madam. The 10-minute maximum, is that cumulative? So say I ask a question and then I ask a follow-up question, and then after everyone's spoken, you speak again. Is that cumulative 10 minutes or at one time?
The procedural bylaw is silence on the cumulative, how do you say it?
Cumulative.
Cumulative aspect of it. It just simply says that you have a 10-minute maximum to speak at one time.
At one time,
Yeah.
okay.
So and my interpretation would be that if you wanted to speak once, you'd have 10 minutes to speak. And if everybody had their turn and you wanted to wish to speak again, you would then be afforded another 10-minute period of time.
Just curious.
That would be my interpretation of the bylaw.
Okay, thank you.
Since we are learning about proper procedure moving forward, I will be referring you to council as counselor. Oh, counselor. Council. You're up.
I'm good, thank you.
Oh,
Mayor.
you're done? Okay. Perfect.
She answered my question.
I'll talk about the agenda in the minutes. So at every meeting of council, I prepare for you an agenda and circulate it to yourselves, senior management team, staff. I publish them on the town's website in accordance with the procedural bylaws notice provision. I also, myself or a designate, because it may not always be here, it might be the deputy clerk. Just for everybody that knows around the room, the official deputy clerk of the town is Sean McCart, who's the director of corporate services. I do have a deputy clerk in my office. She's returning from a leave, which will be presenting to you a bylaw to appoint her and deputy clerk role in order for her to be able to take over some of these record keeping duties should I be absent. So yes, so it's that my responsibility, my office's responsibility to record the minutes, include the place, date, time, names of the members, staff, presenters who are in attendance, any corrections, amendments, conflicts, adoption of minutes from the prior meetings, the counting of all votes in positive and negative, the decisions, and record without note or comment the proceedings. So you'll notice that town's minutes are strictly about recess, conflicts, decisions, recommendations, motions, and procedural decisions of nature. Where technology fails or where email and internet is unavailable, or as you've seen today, it's not very uncommon for that to happen to us. You'll be called upon by my office to pick up paper agendas and any public agendas posted at and available at town hall for members of the public to pick up. I also typically give a courtesy call to the media and let them know we're having some technical difficulties. Now, in the bylaw, it speaks about not having to read the minutes. Just because we don't read the minutes doesn't mean it's not an appropriate procedure. It just means that they are accepted to be read. No, they are accepted as not being read when the call for the vote. That's why they're circulated to you in advance.
Counselor Ranger?
Thank you. So if we see an error ahead of time, do we wait until the meeting to bring it forward, or do we contact you?
It's entirely up to the member of council. If personally, I can change it on the fly, and then it's a quick fix, and I can send an email out to everybody there was an error or an omission. Or you can do it and then if it happens, that it happens. No, it very seldomly does happen because my staff tend to catch it, or I catch it before we publish it, but it's very entirely possible. I'm only human and there's a million things going on. So no, and then which way your form, the will of council decides to do that, it's simply a change in the recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Petitions and presentations. So petitions is a more complicated process, but it needs to be signed by a minimum of 2 persons and filed with the clerk no less than 48 hours prior to the meeting to be considered. So that is currently the same timeline that is required to publish the agenda. And recently this week, I've asked my communications coordinator to include in a whole gamut of information about petitions on our website. So as of yesterday, petition information is on our website available to the public if they so wish to petition council. It has to be jurisdictional. It has to be of a manner in which you have jurisdiction to preside over. Typically, we do tend to get petitions that are outside of the scope of council, so we have to push those back to the petitioners and advise of the proper body for them to petition. What you really typically get at council are presentations, because petitions are a very, complex matter that usually is resolved way before it gets to a petition. But presentations are usually what you receive at council to petition the council to do something for them. So all presentations to council shall be made formally. So there's a form, and there's a notice of that form that needs to be given. And it has to be within your jurisdiction as council. And I'm responsible to identify and approve those presentations based on that jurisdiction. And there's a limit of 10 minutes per presentation, or if there's two speakers, they can share that 10 minutes amongst themselves. But there's a maximum of 5 presenters per presentation that can be present unless council makes leave of their procedure to allow for more in special circumstances. It's available to you.
Councilor Owens?
Is this gonna be enforced this time, the 10-minute maximum for a presentation?
Good question. Through you, Madam Mayor, to council.
Absolutely.
Okay, because we've had some presentations that have gone on for long-winded presentations and.
Absolutely. 10 minutes is 10 minutes. It has to be respectful of staff and council's
Thank you.
So just to provide some more context, it is the role of the chair to enforce the rules of the procedure, not the clerk.
time. Councilor Owen?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, to Jen. Are the presenters informed ahead of time that their time limit is 10 minutes?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councilor Owen. Absolutely, yes. I'll give you the life cycle of a presenter. They give me the form, I contact them immediately, tell them that the next meeting of council is this date. Whom are you bringing? Are you planning on presenting physical documentation? I need your presentation by this time. This is our cutoff. Do you have any accessible needs? Do you have any accessible requirements? We typically talk about their expected time to be present for presentation. We talk about their time limits. We talk about decorum, and the day before the council meeting or the morning of the council meeting, I have myself or my staff reconfirm that they're still presenting, because we do sometimes get presenters that wish to then receive their request. So yes, we do. There's a whole communication piece with presenters.
Councilor Shabba?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, to the clerk. Well, we have consultants coming here to present, so sometimes they may not be able to fit within that confines of 10 minutes. So are they exempted from this? Or 10 minutes for everyone?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councilor Shabba. So in circumstances, I think I understand what you're talking about. We've had consultants come in and provide presentations. Solar,
Yeah.
KL Solar. If it would have gone over the 10-minute mark, I would have worked with the mayor to include language to perhaps the procedure to allow for an extended period of time for that specific presentation, given the interest of council. That would have required 3/4 majority vote. But there are other instances where you have consultants that are actually presenting with your members of senior management team as part of a report. So they would be part of the report to you from our staff, which does not have a time limit on it. So they would be part and parcel part of the presentation from staff. Okay. The next slide, motions. Everybody loves to talk about motions. I especially love it. That makes me a nerd, if that's okay. So the general rule about motions is every motion, when read and presented to the presiding officer, is the property of council. It's very important. You're receiving recommendations from your members of staff based on the staff reports that they're providing to you. But as soon as it is read, moved and seconded and read to you in open council, it is now yours, not ours. And it can only be withdrawn with the consent of the majority of council. That's the other piece, because we have had instances where we've had a member ask to retract an entire item. It has to be the whole of council that decides on that. So the motions are all debated in the order they're presented. So something different than what had transpired in the previous term. When council wants to speak to a matter, it should have a motion on the table to speak to a matter. So before it was, we were presenting an item, and then all of a sudden at the end of the meeting, council was being read what was intended of them. So proper procedure that I've had experience with at previous municipalities would be that you would read the motion at the forefront so that council knew what was expected of them, and then the presentation to supplement that recommendation. And then from there, council can make the decision on whether it wants to go with the recommendation or amend the recommendation, so on and so forth. So a motion relating to a matter not within the jurisdiction of council shall not be in order. So you cannot make motions that are outside of your jurisdiction that could lend to some legal issues. I want to talk about the second note, which is the notice of motion. So if we go back to the order of business, you don't need to go, but if you would like to bring notice of a motion for a future meeting, that's how it works. You want to bring notice that you're going to bring a motion for council to decide on something. So how it works, and I'm going to go through this with you on your agendas, is that you would just give notice. You don't get into the details. You just identify what the topic is. And then the following meeting, before the following meeting, I work with you to craft what you intended to bring forward before council. We do often get support motions, resolutions from other municipalities in the council weekly, which tend to get people wanting to rally behind some legislative changes or some lobbying of the government for certain funding or whatever, changes in policy and protocol. So that's typically when a notice of motion comes, or if somebody wants to change a change of policy that's already in place because it's not working. We've had that instance this last year. We had a former policy for flag raising, and it was barring, what council felt was barring the municipal public from being able to participate in ceremonial events with council. So we got a motion, notice of motion wanting to change it. And we brought forward a report to council providing information. And the outcome was that the policy was then removed, and an internal procedure was prepared to allow for the flexibility to be more inclusive with the community. So that was an example of using a notice of motion to change policy.
Councilor Major.
Thank you, Mayor, to clerk. And maybe you're gonna go over this, but can you please give me the definition of a change in bylaw and a change in policy?
Certainly. So a change in bylaw could be, it's a change of a bylaw is a decision of council. So all decisions of council under the municipal act are done so by bylaw. So if you were wanting to pass a new policy, your policy would need to be adopted by bylaw. So changing a bylaw could be an amendment, a repeal, rescinding. Rescinding means you're striking it out completely. Repealing means that you're taking it out, you're changing it, but you've changed it with something else, and now you've repealed something that was previous. Or amending it, saying it needs a little tweak, or we need to take this out, put this here, change the schedule, whatever the case may be. That's all done in the same fashion, this assembly, in the same format that you would be dealing with any of your other business. If it's the will of council as a collective, if there was a notice of motion that was brought forward to change a bylaw, it would be recommended that prior to just crafting a notice of motion, that there'd be discussion with the CAO and myself to identify what the limitations would be in terms of changing it, so that if there were stemming issues that would need to be reviewed before changing it, then everybody was aware. We could provide a report to council, so on and so forth. So it's essentially a policy is adopted by bylaw. A change in policy would have to be a change in an adoption of a bylaw to allow for it to change. So hopefully that answered the question. I know I went on, but referring and deferring a motion. So this is an important piece. So a motion to refer or defer takes precedence over any motion or amendment except a motion to adjourn. So if we were going to adjourn and somebody wanted to defer an adjournment, no, we're gonna take a break and then we're gonna come back and deal with other things later on. A motion to refer shall require direction as to the body to which it's being referred and not debatable. So why are you wanting to refer to another meeting, for example? A motion to defer must include a reason for the deferral, and it's not debatable as well. So for instance, if there was supplemental information that the senior management team or the CAO decided that was pertinent in a report that you were receiving from a senior management team member, or that we required to look further into a question that was posed at the council table, there may be an opportunity for council to want to defer to the next meeting to be able to receive that information in a supplemental way, which would be a supplemental report, to allow for a wholesome discussion and recommendation to be put forth before you. Referring it typically is to a committee. So if you have a big, you have a development and they come before you, let's say they're petitioning you during the presentation, instead of making what I would call is a grand statement, an emotion that was without any backup educational or informational consequential piece, it would be recommended that council actually defer it to a subcommittee of council who would then get more information from the body that's requesting the information, rather than doing an at a whim motion that they may get in trouble with in the future in terms of jurisdiction or insurance risk, or what a legal risk, or what is the financial impact, right? So that's that. So voting on a motion is pretty straightforward. The motion is read at the beginning of an item. The mayor calls for the vote, or the chair calls for the vote. It's all in favor, raise the hand or say aye. All opposed, aye or nay. If there's a recorded vote, it's called a roll call. So if you want to get a roll call, you just have to ask to the favor of the chair and say, I'd like to, like you could say, I'd like to have a recorded vote, or I'd like to have the roll call read. And then the clerk reads the roll call. It's in the order as established around the table, with the mayor having the last vote. And then I will announce the result, whether or not it's in favor or it's not. And a member who disagrees with the announcement made by the presiding officer of the result of the vote. So after I identify the vote, the mayor will, or the chair will reread the result of the vote. It's carried, it's lost. But if somebody wants to disagree with the announcement made by the presiding officer of the result of the vote, so this is when it's not recorded. This is when you're just generally voting. They need to immediately object to the presiding officer declaring, and the vote shall be retaken by the clerk. So what happens is sometimes everything's going fast, people have their hands up in the air, or they said yes, and then they say no, and they're going like this because they're like, they missed their opportunity for the positive, and then they're up in the negative, which we see. And then the mayor's the chair is trying to feel the room out, if she didn't get it right and somebody felt like she did not get it right, or they didn't get it right, they can challenge the chair, point of order. And then the chair, they have to identify why, to the chair, point of order. And then the mayor would probably, or the chair would consult with the clerk to see if it's procedural, or if it's, appropriate, or to give advice on what the actual procedural bylaw says. And then to make the decision. And then after that time, if there's an appeal, then it needs to be brought to a vote of the whole of council. That's how it works. In a nutshell, I went through like 17 different paragraphs there, but tried to get it all there. And then amending or separating a motion, no, not a problem. There are informations about this in your procedural bylaw. Only one at a time shall be presented to the main motion, and only one amendment shall be presented to the amendment. So on my beautiful, on this beautiful chart here at lunchtime, I was starting to get excited about motions. So I identified, this is what I had learned in the parliamentary procedural class that I've taken. And then a former clerk that mentored me told me about this. So the main motion, as read, would be the sky is blue. And then somebody decided to say, I want to change it to the sky is actually green. It's not blue, it's green. So that would be your amendment to the main. So that would be your first amendment. You would only be able to deal with this amendment. You can't deal with the sky is blue. You can only deal with the sky is green at this time. Cannot get back to the main motion until you just debate and discuss green. But then somebody says, I think I want to call a point of order. I don't believe, or sorry, not, I don't want to call a point of order. I want to make a further amendment because it's actually not the sky that's blue, it's the ocean. And it's the reflection on the sky. It's not the sky that's blue. That would be an amendment to the amendment.
Yeah.
And it has to be relative to the actual motion. So this is changing the motion completely because it's saying as the sky is not nothing. It has nothing to do with the sky. So this would not be germane. All right. But this would be because it's actually changing the main motion. This said the sky is actually red, then you would deal with the sky is red. Then you would go to the sky is green, which would be lost if the sky was really red. If the sky wasn't red, it would be lost, then it would go back to green.
Sorry, okay. Is that
No, no.
Councilor Ranger? Yeah.
Thank
No,
you,
I was.
Honorable Mayor. So what happens with the comment that was made about the water? Do we just throw it out or?
So this is where the chair would identify that it wouldn't be germane to the main motion or germane to the main motion. And would go, she would say, we'll revert back to the first amendment on the floor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councilor Owens?
Can you revert back to the original motion, or is that once you're past that point, you're done?
Nope, you always can go back to the main motion. That's what is on the floor.
Do you have to defeat motion or
Your
amendment?
amendments, yes.
Yes.
So you'd vote a first time, it's defeated, then you go back to the main
Yes.
motion and hear an
It's typically an adjective. It's not usually their whole change. It's usually, I want to add this. Or we've
Yeah.
forgotten to include persons to circulate the recommendation to. So that would be an amendment. And then somebody would say, well, I'd like to bring a further amendment that we forgot this organization. Okay, vote on that last one, vote on the second one, and then we'll vote for the main, everything passes, right? It seems complicated, but you'll have the chair and you have myself. It doesn't get this deep, but you just know that you can only go through deep when you're dealing with a motion. Okay, your main, your amendment, and your amendment. New matter motion. Yes, I read about this. A motion for introducing new matter shall not be presented without notice unless council without debate dispenses of such notice by 2/3 vote of members present. So that would be a roll call. That would be a lifting of the motion. That's typically not happened because council and staff are pretty attuned in order to bring unnotified items to count, like the items that hadn't been presented on the regular agenda. We would be working with the mayor or the members of council if something needed to be brought forward in a timely manner. So new matter motions would be typically something that this assembly would see.
Counselor Owen?
Yeah, through the mayor to the clerk. Can you define new matters? Like, is that if I'm sitting here and I just out of the blue want a motion passed on the sky is purple,
That it would be
That would
exactly a new matter.
okay,
That has nothing to do with what was originally
what was
on
on
your
the
agenda.
agenda? Okay,
Exactly.
thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Go ahead.
Open
Give me a
forum.
moment, yeah.
Yeah,
Counselor Owen?
it's- so we approved the agenda. We're through the agenda and we've got a separate thing we want to bring forward. You can go new matter motion and you can discuss the motion.
So what this is saying, your procedural bylaw is saying, you cannot do that unless the whole council
Yeah.
agrees to do that.
So, but we could be in cahoots.
Well, let's
Or,
hope
okay,
that- let's
sorry,
hope you're
wrong
not.
word. We can convince 2/3 of the council
Yeah.
that they agree with us, so I'm assuming that's 5 of us.
So
For
there's no
2/3?
debate for the calling of the 3/4 majority to hear a new matter. So it's, I'll give an example. Counselor Owens wants to bring a new matter on the sky is pink.
Yeah.
Okay? Council's had enough with the sky is whatever the color is. It's not going to move forward with a 2/3 majority. They do not get to have a discussion. You do not get to plead your case on whether you want the sky pink. So it's essentially the will of council whether or not they want to deviate from their regular agenda and include a new motion, a new matter on the table before you get to an opportunity to discuss it.
Yeah, sorry, just to add to that, I would see it as like, we're all walking into the building and suddenly there's a sinkhole. And so we come up here and we're like, new matter, sinkhole has to be dealt with, not something,
Yeah,
because otherwise we would
That's what I
have
thought,
worked
so-
with staff already to say we have this other issue that's come up. I think it would have to be something
And we have to vote.
really drastic to. for
Yes, and I will
somebody
talk
to-
about point of privilege and point of order
Yeah.
very shortly, and that will probably clear up some things.
Counselor Dykens.
Through the mayor to the clerk, that gets decided though by a vote, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, so if
Mhm.
somebody said, well, I wanna, whatever, and if 3/4 vote, we discuss it, right?
You could,
Oh,
but I
becomes a
think you
motion.
would be giving procedural advice on, or if you're wanting to bring a new matter to the table, are you bringing in an urgency? If it's urgent,
Right.
or if you don't have anything crafted, you might want to bring notice of a motion, right? So there would be some coaching involved in terms of how we would deal
Sure,
with the
for sure.
matter, depending on the urgency of the matter.
Be Best practice versus. Yeah.
It's council's procedural bylaw, right? It's an interpretation of council's procedural bylaw. If council requires to deal with its business in a certain manner and it's affordable to them, then the clerk will work with the chair to be able to bring forward that matter to council. Reconsiderations. So after a motion's been decided, any member who voted or is deemed to have voted may at any time prior to the adjournment of the meeting, so prior to the adjournment of that meeting, of where that vote happened, can give notice in writing that they will move at the first meeting held after that one, their reconsideration of that motion. Reconsiderations, I don't know if they've ever happened in this council's previous terms. Probably not for some terms. I think in general, it seems like this council will probably not utilize this reconsideration. But it may happen, and just know that the clerk will be present to be able to give you a hand with how we walk through a reconsideration.
Counselor Owen.
Yes, through the mayor to the clerk. This is a new concept to me, and I covered council for many years. I never saw this happen. So what we're saying here is we passed a motion during council. And then prior to the end of that meeting, one counselor decides he doesn't like the motion.
They want it to be reconsidered.
Okay, so
So they could.
is that another, like, reconsideration of a motion, is that a motion in itself, or is that,
It is. It
okay,
actually,
so
in
it
fact,
would
is
have to be
the
50
first order
plus
of
one
business.
or 2/3?
Yeah, 2/3, and it
Okay.
has to be recorded, and it has to be at the first order of business of the next meeting.
Okay, so it couldn't be flippantly used like,
Right.
for whatever reason.
No, and we don't encourage that to be used
Yeah,
in
okay.
that fashion, and I will speak to that, on reconsideration.
I've never seen it. Okay.
So after,
Sorry, Councilor Jenkins?
Through the mayor to the clerk. Is there a procedural aspect that we need to consider? Like, is it the person who moved the motion? Like, can anyone ask for reconsideration? I know there's a motion, but,
absolutely,
okay,
and it doesn't matter how you voted in positive or negative either.
okay.
So I'll just read you the section, so maybe it'll give you more context of what a reconsideration is. Don't think that you'll be using very much of it, but it's good to have knowledge of what it is. So it's saying that council may, if council so chose, before it even went to the next meeting, may immediately upon such notice have been given, vote as to whether or not such notice or reconsideration will be entertained. So if for whatever reason it was a controversial matter and it didn't feel like the whole, there was one member of council that did not want to participate or was not in favor, and the remainder were for it to move forward, the whole of council might decide it's not going to deal with the reconsideration. And after such notice was given to the clerk and accepted, no action shall be taken to carry into effect the main motion until after the motion to reconsider has been disposed of. So we can't go after, if council says, okay, the sky is gonna be pink and we're gonna be identified, we're gonna be proclaiming that the sky is pink. We can't go and write the proclamation to say the sky is pink when somebody's reconsidered the motion. We can't do anything until the reconsideration is passed. So there will be, every motion for reconsideration considered at a subsequent meeting shall be declared lost unless the majority of council votes thereafter. No discussion on the main question shall be allowed upon an accepted notice of reconsideration or upon the motion to reconsider unless and until the council shall have voted to reconsider it. But the members who give the member who gives the notice may have the privilege of stating their reasons for so doing. So they would be the first to have the floor. No question upon which a notice of reconsideration has been accepted shall be reconsidered more than once, nor shall a vote to reconsider be reconsidered. That is something I learned from a previous job. We had a circumstance where we had somebody that was trying to reconsider a reconsideration. It's not acceptable. We will just be going in circles. The words, the first meeting held thereafter, and it's in clause 60, and shall mean the first regular meeting of the council or the meeting called specially to consider the accepted motion or reconsideration of which notice of meeting. And an issue or item that has formally been presented to council and has formally been resolved and adopted by council shall not be placed on any forthcoming agenda of council for a period of not less than 6 months. So I wanted to bring that forward to you. In other municipalities, it's 12 months, so that's a year. In this municipality, it's 6 months. And I am hereby disallowed, I'm sorry, I'm not hereby disallowed, I'm hereby authorized to disallow any motion from a member of council to put it on the agenda. I have that ability not to put it on the agenda. And it's my discretion on whether or not to place an item on the agenda, provided only that new facts or circumstances occurred after that 6 months period.
Counselor Owens.
So correct me if I'm wrong, so we've gone through this, we
Yes.
were right just on council and we reconsidered something from previous council. And it was within that 6 months, and I think we're allowed to do it if it was 2/3 majority. Is that still a rule?
Yeah, I'm gonna talk about the lifting procedure.
Okay.
I try not to do that,
Yeah,
but I will
no,
talk about it. So amendments and repeals, I'll go to the next slide. So amendments enable you to offer to affect change to pending questions in the following 4 ways. By inserting or adding, if placing, if at the end, words, sentences, or paragraphs, by striking out words, sentences, or paragraphs, by striking out and inserting words, with the words inserted replacing the words struck out, by amending by substitution. So a form, I would like to take this and replace it with this, or substitute it with this. So for example, my print is extremely large on this font, I don't know why. For example, suppose an amendment is offered to insert words to a motion. It only complicates your life to try to amend the amendment into a motion to strike out the word. So if you're in a situation where that seems like the thing to do, encourage the group to defeat the first amendment, to insert the words and consider another amendment to accomplish the desired outcome. So I will work with the chair on saying there's an easier way to do this. Let's try to, I think I'm hearing this and I think I'm hearing this, maybe get the will of council to see if this is where they wish to go. And then if that's the case, then we'll take probably a 5-minute recess to try to get the motion on the desired amendment on the floor for you. And then it will be in the assembly's hands up thereafter. One big rule for using amendments is this: an amendment must be relevant, or as Robert's rule describes it, as germane, as I had identified here, to the motion it seeks to amend. Another important rule to remember is that an amendment that does nothing but make the motion a rejection of the original motion is not proper and not in order. So you cannot bring a negative to the motion. It has to be a decision. It cannot be, how am I gonna, let me think about this. Council wish to pass a policy to remove another policy, and then that's gonna wipe out all the policies. No, we can't do that. It's strike the policies. It's not, we're doing this to do that, to remove that. It's get everything out at the same time. It can be in a negative form. So essentially, I'm not thinking of any other example other than a policy right now, but it cannot make way that it would be for the negative of the actual decision of council. So Robert's rule describes germane to the motion it seeks to amend. Another important rule, so for anybody that doesn't know what germane is, it means that it's of the same nature. It needs to be relevant. Relevant is the word. In making a motion to amend, be aware of its key characteristics. The motion can't interrupt a speaker who has the floor. Must be seconded. Is debatable if the motion to which it is applied is debatable. So permissible debate is restricted to the pros and cons of the amendment and not to whether the main motion has merit. So remember, we talked about not talking about whether this is valid, talking about the change that is being asked to be made to the main motion. It can be amended, but only one amendment to the amendment, at least we talked, requires a majority vote for an adoption, even if the main motion requires a different vote for its adoption and can be reconsidered. So I'm going to go to point of order and point of privilege now. So I did put a Robert's Rule cheat sheet, and I see a spelling error in my slide. I did put a Robert's Rules cheat sheet in your binders. It's probably behind this presentation. The purpose and example on how to raise a point of order. And I'm going to talk about the purpose examples on how to raise a point of privilege. So I'm going to start with the point of order. This is something that I've seen members of council trying to be more confident in using to bring order to a meeting, or not feeling confident enough to want to bring it, but is thinking about it, or talk to me after a meeting and saying, was I correct in assuming that I could have called a point of order there, that sort of thing. So I want to bring some real life examples, and I would like to give you the do's and don'ts and the perception of what a point of order and a point of privilege is. So a point of order is to call attention to some possible fault in parliamentary or other procedure that could violate some rules of procedural bylaw or code of conduct, not because you don't want to hear somebody talk. Member would state, point of order, Madam Chair. The chair would ask to please state your point. If it's procedural, the chair may ask the municipal clerk for clarification on the rule. The chair's decision on the point once made is final. So for example, Madam Chair, point of order. Madam Chair says, state your point. We've lost quorum before the taking of the vote. Madam Chair, it appears that this fact has been substantiated. So Madam Chair would say this. It appears that this fact has been substantiated. The question shall be reopened for discussion and the vote. Thank you, Council. So where, we've lost somebody digitally, or we've had somebody step out to go to the restroom. We didn't have quorum of council. We need to go back, reread the motion, open up the debate, and call for the vote again once quorum is reinstated. That's a good use of a point of order. Another one, Madam Chair, point of order. Madam Chair says, state your point. Councillor says, my fellow colleague has disparaged against people with disabilities and is failing to use decorum and proper judgment from a human rights standpoint. Madam Chair would say, depending on how the situation, when I'm using it in the most far out context. Madam Chair, I agree, and you called your point as I was going to interject. Councillor Oscar the Grouch, please retract your statement and wide your conduct, and an apology is warranted. And then the council would probably say, thank you, Madam Chair. So those are kind of examples of proper use of point of order. Conduct, parliamentary procedure only. Points of order should not be called to interrupt meetings because it's not going a certain way. It's a matter of procedure. Typically, many of the times that I've seen in previous council, the points of order that were being asked were validated. It's just nobody was identifying their point of order because they didn't know if they had a point, because they didn't understand the procedure. So now, if you know the procedure bylaw, you'll be better equipped to be able to bring the point. So that means you've got to read your rules about motions and amendments, and you need to understand your conduct. Point of privilege. So Robert's Rules of Order explains that in a meeting, members may raise a point of general privilege or a point of personal privilege. Neither of these motions provide the opportunity to ramble on about a topic that isn't related to ongoing debate. That has been commonly misused, not for this council, but in general. The first thing to note is that points of privilege refer to something that is timely and urgent. They interrupt the proceedings, so they should be appropriate to the circumstance. So point of general privilege refers to everybody. So a point of general privilege refers to a condition that affects everyone. Perhaps the power is flickering, perhaps the temperature is too hot, or perhaps the furnace is about to explode. In these cases, a member rises, addresses the chair, and the chair takes appropriate action. In the latter instance, obviously we would adjourn the meeting and evacuate the assembly. Another common use of point of general privilege is when a body is discussing something confidential, which a member believes should be discussed in camera, closed session. So a member moves that the body go into closed session, which takes a majority vote. If the motion passes, all non-members leave the room, with the possible exception of selected members of staff and other individuals present for consideration of the delegate topic. And the closed meeting, as it applies to closed or executive session, would take place. The point of personal privilege refers to one person. So a point of personal privilege, I think it's pretty clear. On the other hand, refers to a single person, a speaker. So yourself as a petitioner of the point of privilege. Perhaps you find it difficult to stand, or as a member, you can hear others clearly say, you can't hear what they're saying. We've had that instance where we've had issues with our audio system. We've had faint speaking members of our staff or faint speaking members of the public present to council. So maybe member B says, chair would like to raise a point of personal privilege. The chair would ask to state their point. The councillor would say, I'm finding it difficult to hear the speakers clearly. Would everyone be good enough to lean into their microphones, speak up, enunciate so that I will know what's being said? So then the chair will be, thank you for bringing this up. Members are requested to speak loudly and clearly during the meeting. So another example of point of personal privilege would be a person who comes in late, reads the minutes that were approved earlier in the meeting, which state that a person voted in favor of a motion that in actual fact the person was neither present or was opposed to. In that case like this, the chair must rule on whether the point is admissible at the time it is raised or whether it should be taken up at a different time. Typically, that would be taken up at that time. So I think that's pretty explanatory for point of order, point of privilege. Try to make it less stuffy or less legislative, more practical. So closed meetings. You see, need a resolution. You heard a lot about closed meetings this morning from your presenter, Mark. But I'm just going to touch on a couple of things. Closed meetings. Resolutions to go into close is required, citing the exemption under the act in a brief description where possible. Best practices noted by the ombudsman, which you heard this morning. In closed meetings, you only do procedural votes. You give direction in closed session. Your adjournment is a procedural one in closed. And you would reconvene your meeting in open after you've concluded your meeting in closed. And then you address directions and recommendations being presented from the closed meeting in the open session once you reconvene. So because all meetings are open to the public, that's why the order of business is the way that it is, and that's why we deal with closed meetings the way that we do. You see, the Mark was able to provide you with the exemptions and exclusions under section 239 of the Act. Well, it's actually section 239(2)(1) and 2 and 3.1. 3.1 is for education purposes. So like Mark had identified, we could have gone in closed session today, but we wanted to provide the opportunity for the public to understand what the role and responsibilities were of council, what your roles and responsibilities are in terms of your governing bylaws. And we just thought it was open and transparent and a good way to start the term. Bylaws. A council policy making shall be completed by bylaw. So anytime you want to make a policy, it has to be completed by bylaw. That's under the municipal act. The consideration of any notice requirements or provisions is by bylaw. And you're required to have 3 readings under Robert's rules. So typically bylaws are presented after a report has been received. So in accordance with the municipal act, all delegations and policies or policy making by council is done by bylaw. I will talk about this more in my next presentation, but from time to time, if there are general housekeeping items, a bylaw will be brought forward without a report. This may be to fix typos, to bring formality to errors and omissions which were identified by members of the senior management team, clerk or staff or the CAO, adjustments due to changes in corporate structure. So the clerk or designate will give brief rationale on its placement and then read the recommendation for council's vote. So because Robert's rules speaks to bills, which is proposed bylaws, by the way, if anybody was wondering what a bill was, must receive 3 readings. And because the formality of Robert's rules at the town of Kirkland Lake has been reduced to include all 3 readings to happen at the same time rather than to be read separately. If members of council wish to pose a question or ask for clarification, they can do so by addressing same with the chair prior to the taking of the vote. Amendments can also be made if it's the will of council. So for whichever reason that the whole of council would decide that after receiving the report, they amended the recommendation to refer the decision to another meeting, and it also involved the passage of a bylaw, then the corresponding bylaw would be deferred to that time as well. It would not be dealt with on that meeting. The clerk would tune into the fact that council had deferred and would notify the chair that the bylaw could not be passed. That's it for that slide. Committee of the whole. So this committee of the whole for this council hasn't been utilized very much. We used committee of the whole for the budget process last year. It allows for a different opportunity for a bit better open forum to have relaxed conversations about things rather than it being very parliamentary. So in terms of the budget season last year, we wanted to allow for, we wanted council to be allowed to receive the public's input. We also wanted council afford council the opportunity to bring motions on the table if they didn't feel like they were being, they didn't feel like they were presented with, final documentation in terms of the budget. Didn't seem like that was the case because we have a great treasurer and he seemed to appease to, the desired council. But in any event, if there were minor changes that wanted to be made, committee of the whole is a good place to be able to have better open dialogue, less strict with parliamentary procedure, more about dealing with the issues of each of you in a more open form. In speaking with the mayor, we had identified that in the past, this council would have had multiple committees of the whole for various reasons, public works, planning, economic development, social services, whatever it was. It's not social services, community services. Social services is not jurisdiction of council. So, but we identified that we go infrequently in committee of the whole. So perhaps in the report to council that will be before you in December, we will identify that we would appoint a chair for a committee of the whole meeting. And then you would have an alternate if that person wouldn't be available. And then on top of that, assigning a budget chair for the entire term. And if it decided that it needed to be changed, it could be brought forward to council or just assigning a budget chair for a year. So those will be the options of council at its December 6th meeting in determining how they want the composition of appointments and opportunities for all of you that sit around the assembly.
Sorry, Councillor Owen?
Through the mayor, the clerk, and I may call on Ms. Sackrider to make sure my memory is correct. But I seem to recall a number of years ago, when every other meeting was a committee of the whole. And I believe council was meeting every week at that point.
I'm digging.
Yeah, but I know that they had scheduled committee of the whole meetings. And it seemed to me it was like every other meeting. No motions could be passed the committee of the whole. It was basically a council meeting without motions.
I think you're absolutely right.
Remember
Yeah,
that?
that was a while ago.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
absolutely right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there was an alternate for.
It was, every other
Yeah.
meeting was the committee of the whole. I'm not suggesting we go back to that, by the way. I just brought that up as historic context.
Councillor Kylie?
Through you, your worship, for curiosity, can we hold a regular meeting and then adjourn to a committee of the whole meeting?
Absolutely. Yeah. Yep, and you can do the opposite. You can schedule it through the mayor. You can schedule a committee of the whole meeting, you can schedule a public meeting, and then schedule a regular meeting, depending on what your order of business is. You're not restricted in your ability. It's just perhaps you want to have the general committee meeting, or sorry, the committee of the whole meeting before your regular council meeting to be able to allow you to have the information to make the decision at the council meeting. You know what I mean? So if you were having an item, a hot topic item that required more discussion and debate, if staff needed to know ultimately which kind of direction council was going for, because that's exactly what Councillor Owen was saying. There is no motions that are passed at general committee, but there is direction at general committee. And it's similar to the direction that you give in closed session. We still get a pulse on how the whole of council is going in terms of staff presenting with pros and cons on an issue. So it is a value to have committee of the whole meetings, but it just haven't been utilized in the last term very, very often. We've had more public meetings than we've had committee of the whole meetings. And I think maybe that's because maybe the information is being presented to you now and in a more fulsome way that doesn't require you to have so many questions or you know, you're more in tune with the staff that the CAO to be able to provide you with questions on topics that are emergence of the council as a whole.
Yeah, I like the idea of being able to do both in the same night, if possible. Some subjects that committee of the whole would require a full venue or for full night, which is a different case, that just, this way we can have more committee of the whole meetings.
Through you,
Just-
Madam Mayor.
Just a consideration, that's what I'm saying.
It is something that can certainly occur. The CAO and I have talked about it. We also talked about perhaps council as a collective, if the matter is not ready to be, it's not in the sense, the council as a collective is not prepared to make a decision on an item because it requires more time to deliberate, then there's nothing precluding council to defer the matter to a committee of the whole meeting where more information can be brought forward by members of staff. And it's gonna be difficult for us to have a committee of the whole meeting, to know when we need a committee of the whole meeting, if you're only getting your agenda 2 days before. So you may get the information and then rather than vote on a decision on the night of council, perhaps you defer it to a committee meeting to allow for a more generalized discussion.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's it for committee of the whole. I think, thank you for pointing out, Councillor Lynn, that there's no voting in the committee of the whole, and it's directional. Committee appointments. So my staff has spent a lot of time in the last 3 days dealing with committee appointments. We're trying to get ready for the reports. So we put a lot of information in front of you and we want to apologize in advance. So based on your procedural bylaw, it deals with committee appointments. This is the first time I've ever seen this for me. A clerk puts, and it identifies the call, it identifies the manner, it identifies a timeline, it identifies everything. So it was great for me because it was new to the organization and I had something out there that said, hey, this is how you're supposed to do it, rather than going to look for the historical background on how to do it. So I put out the call for interest in September. You received a report from myself. So September and November, we put out the call. We received applications up until November 4th. I coordinate the regional board schedules, the meetings, and the updated terms of reference for your council committees, as well as those regional boards. I draft in camera a report, including all applications for presentation at the first regular meeting post-election, so post-inaugural. And then I council direct on the appointments to come out in open session or to be deferred to the next regular meeting. So how it will work is on December 6th, you'll receive an in-camera report from myself. It will include all of the applicants for your committees of council. It'll include the terms of reference, it'll include the composition, and then it will also include staff recommendations if there are any. This is about your public members. This is not about yourselves as appointed members to those committees. Then we'll have a discussion about your appointments to those committees. Then we'll have a good discussion about your appointments to regional agencies and boards that are not governed by council. So that's how the report will happen. That element, the regional boards and agencies, is devoid from the procedural bylaw. There's nothing in there that says anything about that. I just tried to bring it all together. I think with new members of council, it's very disjointed on what was a committee of council, what was a committee of council, and then what is your requirement to represent on a regional agency or board.
And just point out that this is the first council, to my knowledge, that will be discussing council appointments to these boards and committees together. So in general, the mayor in the past had made the decision, and I am not making that decision. We're going to make that decision all together at council.
Which is a provision of the municipal act, so that's perfect.
Councillor Ranger.
Your Honor, do you want our preferences ahead of time or are we?
So, yes, so I had asked everyone to make me aware ahead of time, just so I could be prepared for that meeting. Most have, otherwise we will do it in public.
Electronic participation, next slide, please. This is, we're getting to the end. Yes, I know. I thought I was gonna be I was gonna be much quicker when I got talking, sorry. During declared emergency, the pandemic, shortly after the province declared the same in 2020, this the former council had amended its procedural bylaw to permit electronic participation by members in meetings of council and its committees during declared emergencies. So, and then since that time, the meetings of council and committees were occurring, almost all members were participating electronically via video conference. And as the pandemic remained, and it still remains, continuing threat faced concerned citizens that, you know, they didn't want to, concerned citizens and councils alike did not want to participate in close proximity and were being encouraged not to by ministers of health. So, and on January 2020, the province passed a bill, Bill 197, entitled the COVID-19 Economic Recovery Act, which also reformed multiple other statutes. But it also modified section 238 of the Municipal Act to allow for full electronic participation in meetings of council, committees, and local boards. And now they would be counted as quorum and maybe participating in closed meetings if permitted in the municipal procedural bylaw. So as a result of that, we need, the council of the day decided it required a further amendment to its procedural bylaw to meet electronically outside of the declared emergency provisions that were already put forth in 2020. So that being said, now everybody can participate virtually and closed in accordance with 238 of the Municipal Act. So all we encourage, I encourage, if you're going to participate in a closed meeting in the confines of your home or in a public place, I don't encourage public place. If you're going to be in the confines of your home, make sure you're in a room where you can shut the door and nobody can hear what's going on in closed session. Your affirmation of confidentiality identified that it's your responsibility to make sure that it's confidential information that's discussed at council, unless it is the will of council to direct it out, stays closed. And next slide.
Your worship. Maybe this is, I'm ahead of myself on this one, but on the attendance of council meetings by Zoom, I feel that there should be some limitations on that. Whereas in the last council, we had a member of council that chose to attend all meetings for the last year plus by Zoom.
So maybe when, through you, Madam Mayor, through to the whole council, when we do present, my office presents an amendment to the procedural bylaw, if it's the will of council, then perhaps there is a limitation that is discussed in terms of how many, if I'm understanding correctly, how many times a member can participate in a meeting, monthly, but quarterly, annually. If that's the will of council, then that certainly can be worked into a procedural bylaw amendment at your desire. Okay, so the last one is smile, you're on camera. So all open session meetings of council are broadcast live on YouTube, as you know, and the notice provisions are posted on the council chamber doors and on our website. So we are required by privacy and access laws to do so. So there's one on that door, there's one on that door, there's one on our website. And we always let the media know that if they want to record in advance, they should give me notice. But it's, I always imply that the media is probably recording us, because if it's open, then it's being recorded anyway. And then the last one, the not so golden ticket, suspending procedure. And it's to be used sparingly in one-off situations, such as in timely manner to meet and satisfy legislative requirements, or to allow for you to dispense with a formality to be able to deal with another formality. So council may by resolution dispense with, alter the time, date, or place of any meeting. So for example, the inaugural is a special meeting. It's not a regular meeting, but let's say, for instance, you wanted to work with Larder Lake on a joint meeting at their location, then we would dispense with notice at the joint meeting so that you are not in contravention of your procedural bylaw, because you're supposed to be having a meeting here. So that would be an example of the use of lifting procedure in that instance. And if used frequently, this may be telling that your procedural bylaw should be reviewed to include such a frequency in council's meeting management. So that would cue me in to say, they've been lifting procedure a lot. Let's say, for instance, we were supposed to start at 4:40. We were starting a we're starting a committee of the whole meeting at 3, we'd have to lift procedure to start the council meeting earlier than 4:40. So if we constantly did that, which happened in a previous employee, then the whole council would be made aware by report by myself and say, instead of doing that, why don't we be fluid and allow for it to happen right after the other meeting's done and not have to lift procedure all the time. So just to clean it up, because it's not a very good practice to be lifting procedure. So any standing rule, order, or council or provision of this bylaw may be suspended for a single meeting by resolution of council, provided 2/3 of all members of council vote in favor. So that is all for your procedural bylaw review. I know it's a lot. You're gonna have to read it and read it. I read it before every meeting, because you never know, when you're gonna get thrown at you. Behind this procedural bylaw document is your Robert's Rule cheat sheet. So point of order, point of information, point of inquiry. I didn't identify those. They're not identified in our bylaw, but you have them here if you wanted to bring them. A cheat sheet on whether or not, what's your action you want to take? What should you say? If you can interrupt the speaker, if you need a seconder, can it be debated? Can it be amended? And if you need a vote. Okay, cheat sheet for the chair. So not only the mayor, any of you that will be sitting in the chair. Good to have. I want to go over quickly the agenda of council with you, to give you an idea of what you expect when you're coming to a meeting, not an orientation training session, because today is a bit more relaxed than what you would want to see. So if you want to go to the blank agenda that you have in your binder. Above the call to order and moment of silence, currently this is where the mayor calls the meeting to order by knocking on the gavel to garner the attention of council. All in attendance, including members of the public, save and except the first responders, are respectfully requested to silence their devices prior to the commencement of the meeting to avoid any interruptions. The mayor would read the land acknowledgement statement until such time as the procedural bylaw is amended again. So it was recently identified too that the previously presented and approved land acknowledgement statement was never formally included in the procedural bylaw, like I said, nor was the section for the agenda ever created. So in consultation with local partners and upon conducting more research, a respectfully suited statement has been reconsidered, which acknowledges the colonial existence of the indigenous territories, territories where the gathering of peoples has and continues to take place, and the town's continued commitment to reconciliation. This new statement shall be read until such time as the procedural bylaw review takes place. So you've heard the mayor read the land acknowledgement statement today, and I also read it at the inaugural meeting of council. The council's previous land acknowledgement statement was devoid of the recently identified Beaver House First Nation. The call to order, moment of silence. The mayor will also call for a moment of silence. All in the room are respectfully requested to refrain from whispering or talking during this time. I had to tell the media a couple of times because they didn't realize we were starting the meeting. So I respectfully request that from all of you. Madam Mayor, you have a question?
Sorry. Oh, sorry, Don. Councillor Dykens, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, through you to the clerk. What is the moment of silence exactly for?
So this morning when we commenced the meeting, the mayor knocked on a gavel, read the land acknowledgement statement, and then she called the meeting to order. So she just says, I'll call this meeting to order. And then she said, let's take a moment of silence. So then we took a moment of silence, and then she starts with the meeting.
Yeah, well, what's it for?
It's simply for reflection.
Okay, yeah,
There was no other rationale for it in the procedural bylaw. At this point, I can only identify that it was for a reflection of some sort.
okay.
I'm sure at one time it was for a specific item, but
And prayers.
Perhaps.
perhaps.
Okay, so declaration of pecuniary interest. Here's where the mayor will request that any member who has a conflict with the open session agenda item declares this item. Council's invited to let me know before the meeting begins, so I can note any bylaws that are stemming from the same topic, and to also notify you that of that. The clerk or anyone on administration are not able to give you advice on whether or not you have a conflict in accordance with the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. You must direct those inquiries to the town's appointed integrity commissioner, Kim Chalette. We always get asked the question, what if I don't get a response right away? We always respond, if you think you have a conflict, better to be safe than sorry. I cannot tell you if you have a conflict or not. The CAO cannot tell you. Any members of the senior management team cannot tell you. You have to make that determination on your own. And no one on council is to make comments on whether the declaration is valid or not. That is not acceptable to quorum. That is the member of council's choice, right, on their own, without note or comment from any member of council. Also to note, a member can declare the conflict at any time during the meeting. So, for example, didn't get an opportunity to really look at the agenda and realize, oh shoot, I forgot to declare my conflict on this bylaw. Madam Mayor, I need to fill out a form. That's fine. Wherever we are in the agenda, I will note, it will be noted, and the conflict will be noted at that time as well. Even if you're absent from a meeting. If you become absent, at the following meeting, you can declare a conflict for that item if you wish.
Councillor Owen.
Yeah, through the mayor to council. When my son was still working here in the water department, there was a report come in from Aqua, okay? Now Aqua is a contract, has a contract with the town. So at that point, I did not have a pecuniary interest because it had no impact on my son's job. But during the presentation, the representative of Aqua continually mentioned my son, okay? At which point, I may or may not have had a pecuniary interest, but I was not comfortable. So I declared a pecuniary interest during the meeting. And I left. So there are circumstances where that has come up. Also, Jen, and I objected to this too, but Jen is right, as usual. Likes you to come in early and fill out your pecuniary interest form. It's much easier for Jen to deal with that way. And quite frankly, it doesn't it's easier for everybody. And so I don't think you mentioned it, but I'm just mentioning it. It's best practices to do it ahead of time.
I received them digitally. That's fine. If you want to bring me your formal forms the night of, if you send them to me when you get the agenda, that's fine. I like getting them in advance so that I'm able to prepare speaking notes, because I'm not just here as procedural. Sometimes I'm here with reports. Sometimes I'm managing people coming in and out of the meeting, dealing with technology presenters. So having having council being able to provide me with that latitude is gratefully appreciated. You're technically not needed to give it to me until the meeting. So just so you know, the legislation says it has to be given to me at the meeting where you declare. You don't need to give it to me in advance, but it's just an indulgence that I've always requested because of all the moving parts. And I will chase you down if I don't get your form. As members of council from years past. Petitions and delegations. I already went through this. I'm not going to go through it here, but this is where they would be presenting. They present on this podium if they required accessible needs. I will try to meet them as best I can. 10-minute speaking time. If it's the will of council, I can put a timer on the screen to identify to the presenters. That's something that I've done in previous municipality, especially with Zoom, because you were losing track of where you were at in terms of time. So if it's the will of council for me to do that, I'm certainly open to that. Acceptance of minutes and recommendations through you, Madam Mayor, to Councilor Shaba. I'm pretty sure that what I'm going to say here is going to answer your question about the previous minutes of the committees. So council will receive draft minutes from all their meetings, including public meetings, committee of the whole, for approval here. So can't let them go more than 5 days based on your procedural bylaw. Minutes of the committees struck by council are received only as they are approved by the members appointed by council making up those committees. So library, planning, COA, and economic development. New, staff will undertake to include the minutes from DSAB, THU, KLDCC, TMA, and Police Services Board. So DSAB, obviously everybody knows what that is. Temiskaming Health Unit, Kirkland Lake District Chamber of Commerce, and Temiskaming Municipal Association. and the police service board. However, where minutes are closed to the public, members sitting on agencies and boards that are not classified as boards of council are encouraged to bring up the meeting decisions and information in the council report section of the agenda to communicate and keep council as a whole apprised of those agency and board decisions that impact the town. So of their open sessions, please do not bring the closed session decisions to our open session. We don't want to have that issue. Reports of municipal officers and communications. This is where all the staff reports and their respective recommendations are positioned on the agenda for council's consideration. The name of the report and the staff presenting the report, including the related attachments, are placed in order and are each introduced by the mayor. The clerk reads the recommendation, and new, as we said, the mover and the seconder and the draft recommendation will be read prior to the discussion occurring on the floor. This will mean that after I read the recommendation, staff will present to council, then council may ask questions of clarification and then move on to the vote for each report that is presented in this section. Considerations of notices of motion. If a member brings notice of motion at a previous meeting, the member's name and the motion as crafted by the member will be included here. It is the member's responsibility to obtain a seconder of their motion and provide same to the clerk to ensure its inclusion on the agenda. A member who has requested for a notice of motion at the next meeting is responsible for contacting the clerk after the meeting with the proposed motion text. The clerk is happy to assist with the appropriate legislative references and providing fact verification prior to the placement on the agenda. Members are asked to submit same a minimum of 1 week prior, so the Tuesday before the next council meeting date, to allow for it to be included on the agenda and for us to work on the text. Introduction and reading of considerations of bylaws. All bylaws for consideration by council are included here. Typically, bylaws are presented after a report has been received in accordance with the Municipal Act. All delegation and policy making by council is done by bylaw. I'll talk about that more in the next section. From time to time, there are general housekeeping items, like I had mentioned in my previous presentation. So those will be there standing without a report in the report council or staff report section. I spoke about your right in terms of discussing a bylaw amendment before the calling for the vote after the third reading, or it should be between the second and third reading. But because we read them all together, you just do it before the mayor calls for the vote. So questions from council. From my understanding, this section was requested by council to allow for members of council to pose questions about matters that have yet to have been re-reported on by staff. It was also created as it was thought that there was no mechanism in place to allow members of council to pose questions to staff when Bill 87 required that all municipalities must adopt council staff relations policies. This section has been misused as an open forum section, which is not intended. In the last year, several questions were posed, and out of 10 questions that were submitted, all were answered through the CAO or through other reports that were forthcoming to council. This may be a section that we see limited activity on toward and should be considered to be removed in future amendments to the procedural law. Notices of motion. When members of council wish to bring their notice of motion, they wish to table at the next meeting. It is identified here. There's no discussion or debate about the purpose, except where through the chair, the clerk asks for clarification on the intention of language of the motion for procedural and minute-taking purposes. So not the language of the proposed motion, but the language of what you're trying to achieve to bring a notice of motion. We've had some instances where I would like to bring a notice of motion, and I'm going to use Councillor Owen as an example. I want a notice of motion so that we don't demolish the pool. What do you mean by not demolish the pool? That was my point of clarification. So I wanted context as to why we were not demolishing the pool. So I wanted to make sure we were jurisdictional, especially because of building stuff. Notices of motion, we just went through that. Councilors' reports. This is where all members of council may wish to bring forward updates on their involvement in the community to agencies and boards that they sit on, where the mayor reads proclamations made on behalf of the town, where upcoming town community events and initiatives are discussed, where jurisdictional complaints and commendations are brought forward. Additional information. This section has not been utilized since my employment commenced with the town. I have no frame of reference why or why it was incepted or as part of the agenda. It will be recommended to council for removal in the next procedural bylaw review. So, as recommended by various consultants who specialize in matters of procedure, having an open ended section of a council meeting to allow for open dialogue can wreak havoc on procedure and meeting management. All items should be intentionally placed on the agenda. The resolution adopting the agenda as presented or amending at the beginning of the meeting in order to be mindful of council's time and expectations. That's why thinking, I'm not sure if anybody wants to provide me with some context as to why that was part of the order of business. It really just could derail, I mean.
Yeah, Counselor Owens.
Wasn't it for like the stuff we get in our counselor's report? That's where it used to be.
I think because there really was no mechanism of training council on how to bring notice of motion either, right? There wasn't very many notices of motions that were happening. Additional information was more, the council weekly rep, I think, took away from the additional information, if that may have been.
No, I think it was really like you got a letter, like a motion from Southern Ontario, whether like
That's the council
those
weekly.
letters, yes, so
Yeah.
that weekly stuff we get in that email
Used to be.
used to come in that section, so it was a bunch of letters or whatever, and.
Well, that
Yeah.
is, that would make perfect sense now, that, you know,
We haven't
correspondence,
really
received-
utilized it.
correspondence
Yeah.
for council.
Yeah.
So it's a moot point now, because as a collective, you're
You
receiving
get the
council
emails every
weekly,
day,
right?
or-
So
Yeah.
you're able to actually perform action with the information rather than just having it sit on the agenda.
Mhm.
Closed session, again, in accordance with the municipal act, council must pass a bylaw to enter here. Before council convenes and close, it's been customary for the chair to call for a 10-minute recess prior to reading the resolution in order to allow local media to pose questions of council. This should really be included in the procedural bylaw review so that it's delineated. Should this be the will of council to carry on, that's what I was just saying, that it should be delineated in the next procedural bylaw review. Upon return from the break, all members of the public and media are escorted out of the chambers in order for council to break and then recess and adjourn in camera. Once the recommendation is read and council carried to the closed session, the clerk requires a minute to shut off the electronic recording devices during closed session meetings, and once council returns from closed session, they pass a resolution reconvening into open session for transparency purposes. Matters arising from close, if council gave any direction in closed session to the CAO to bring recommendations out of close and specifically to this meeting agenda, they will be addressed here. The mayor and chair will read the item. Actually, it will be myself that reads the item. The mayor and chair will read the item. I will read the recommendation, and the discussion of the whole of the council or a presentation of staff where required can occur. Then it's the debate. So the word of advice here, if you wish to know what is and isn't coming out of close in terms of details, it never hurts to consult with the CAO prior to the meeting if you require assistance in this regard, especially when you're dealing with members of the public and the media.
Sorry, and we in general specifically state after, nothing from this meeting is to be discussed in the public until we bring it next meeting, until the discussion is, or not at all. We say that pretty explicitly during the
Yeah.
meetings.
That's true, Madam Mayor. And the other thing to be mindful of is, because this is a new council, they haven't experienced a closed session, they will tomorrow. I typically identify that it is the direction. If a staff member has prepared a report in closed session for you, the recommendation only says that the recommendation is brought to council in open session, not the contents of the report. There's certain elements of the report that are not to be disclosed. That's why they were closed. So that is an important note to make, that regardless of whether or not an item comes out of closed into open session, be mindful that the information that's before you in closed session may not all be pertinently out in the open. And then that's why I had made a suggestion to contact the CAO's office or the author of the report, or myself, to identify what is permissible in open session or in the public after taking something out of closed. The confirmation bylaw. So although it seemed very procedural, it's probably the most important part of your agenda. So as I noted above, all the decisions of council need to be passed by bylaw. However, not all the decisions have a formal bylaw attached to them. The confirmatory bylaw is a procedural technicality that identifies that all the decisions that were made by council at its meeting in any format are all captured within this bylaw and are lawful. And lastly, at the end of the night, the clerk will read the meeting adjournment recommendation. So that in a nutshell is how an agenda of council works. And then in your submission, in the other documents, I'm not gonna go through it, but there's an example agenda of a public meeting, including the script of the mayor and clerk in terms of going, there's a draft meeting that was prepared for you. So if you want to review that, so you're not caught deer in headlights when we have to call a public meeting. The next one will probably be for procedural bylaw, and I did make it about procedural bylaw, so it will be relevant for your first probably public meeting. I won't go through that. Committees and council and regional board appointments. So at your first regular meeting of council post inauguration, in consultation with the mayor, you will either appoint representatives from council to various committee boards, agencies. You'll be asked to rank your choices and review applications at your regular meetings. That's not yourselves, that's applications from the public.
Sorry, Madam Clerk, Councillor Ranger, your honor, or me to the clerk. Can we get a copy of what
This?
you were reading? Yeah, because ours is blank, like,
I did that on purpose
oh, okay.
because I
I think a
wanted,
few of us were.
I wanted to
flipping
read
pages.
it and I wanted you to just have the agenda blank. Because I think it's more purposeful to see the agenda blank and then you're hearing and asking for this because this is important. But yes, I'll get it for you.
Thank you.
It sinks in a lot better. I know I learned that because I was
But I
writing
think
down
some of us were like, where is she like talking from?
my notes.
Yeah.
But yes, I'll definitely give you a copy of that. Okay, so going back to committees of council and regional board appointments. So members will be asked to rank their choices and review applications at their first regular meeting in camera as per the procedural bylaw on December 6th. Then council will either appoint or defer to appoint members of committees to December 20th regular meeting council. So you're given an opportunity to review all of the applications. If 2 days is not enough time for you to be able to make a decision as a whole, you're afforded an extra couple of weeks to be able to review everything, review the recommendations of staff, and then come back and make an informed decision. It's entirely up to this council. All members of council may be appointed to at least one position on any agency, board, or committee, and all members of council are equally eligible to serve on these. So there's a chart in the document that I've prepared for you. There's a list of active committees of council, and then there's on the fifth page is a list of regional boards where members of council are appointed. So I've given you the board, the composition, and the roles, and the meeting frequency. I've also included for you the 3 emails that I received from THU, the district of DSAB, and TMA with their proposed 2023 meeting dates. So you can take a look at that. So until you specify differently in the procedural bylaw, all your terms of office for these boards, unless stipulated by their legislation, is to coincide with your term of council. Same thing with the members of the public members that are appointed. A town of Kirkland Lake employee will function as the staff liaison or the secretary on council established committees wherever possible. Council may at any time pass a motion to strike a committee, so an ad hoc steering quasi judicial, to report on any matter or perform any special service pursuant to the municipal act. At the time of striking, committees must have terms of reference that will be reviewed with each term of council prior to any new appointments. An example committee that has been established on an ad hoc as needed basis is a human resources committee. Composition is up to 3 councillors and is generally established when municipalities are recruiting individuals for key leadership positions such as CAO, directors, clerk, treasurer. A meeting of the committee may be called by the chair whenever a meeting is considered necessary by at least a majority of the members of such the committee. And the general rules for committees are included in the procedural bylaw. So the bylaw that council follows for the council committees are the same bylaws for your committees. Well, with the exception of committee of adjustment and those quasi judicial committees such as property standards and community standards, because they have different rules that they follow. So there's duties of council established committees and a bunch of information on the committees of council and the regional boards. At your leisure, you can read this. This will certainly help you in determining whether or not you want to continue putting forward your name or your interest when you do receive the December 6th report. So I thought that this would be timely. Then There is the conferences for 2023. Now, some of you have identified that you're interested in participating in some of the conferences, the annual conferences that which are Roma, Rural Ontario Municipal Association, Ontario Small Urban Municipalities, Federation of Canadian Municipalities, Ontario Good Roads Association, Federation of Northern Ontario Municipalities, and Association of Municipalities of Ontario. The staff has been gracious enough to give you some in terms of budget numbers. If any of you are interested in participating in these, let me know. I would like to create a appropriate budget for the whole of council. And I do have staff looking at drafting a policy in terms of how many times a member of council could attend a conference, what a budget would be for mayor, what a budget would be for member of council, that sort of thing. So we are working on that. That's been a missing link for years past.
Councillor Ranger?
Thank you, Mayor, through you to the clerk. Is there a process or a policy to apply to go to one of these? What are the budgetary costs or expenses? How many council members normally attend? Do we bring flair, that sort of thing? I know there's certain protocols, or at least.
I can answer all those questions through the mayor. So this document has the estimated costs on it. It has all the annual conferences on it. Right now, there's no maximum attendees. If I would really recommend that we don't have a quorum of council going to a, I don't want to go if I have to work for you and write reports. And I'm pretty sure the CAO would want to act as clerk. So, but yeah, no, perception, remember we talked about perception, so yeah. We would probably, because of budgetary things, it appears as though there's more garnered interest participating. So I thought it would be an opportunity for us to be able to draft a report with options, pros and cons on, a set budget annually for members of council, a revolving schedule or of some sort. What would be the council's number that they'd be happy, that they would be comfortable with in sending X amount of members for X amount of dollars to these conferences. There's opportunities for virtual also. So those are cutting down on those travel costs, meal allotments, accommodations are huge right now, lots of taxes, lots of huge numbers now being thrown up for accommodations. So
Do we prepare a post-conference report, like of what we, okay.
yes, so we do have a travel expense policy that we amended last year. It used to be that council had to write a formal report to council, but we made it a little less formal and offered for them to just give a report at the reports from council section of the bylaw the following meeting after you go to a conference.
Okay.
So that's something I would, for anybody that's going to conferences this year, every time you're going to ask me for a travel expense policy, or if you've identified that you're interested in attending a conference, I would be giving you that information in an email. I did it last year on my onboarding as well. So it all comes in, and you're talking about flair, swag. They ordered some swag. We're going to be able to provide some swag if you want to bring some for
CAO?
Just so council is aware that when you think about going to a certain conference, there are certain conferences where we also have the opportunity to be a delegate with certain ministers. So usually that's Roma or AMO. We have opportunity to, if there's any topic of concern, we can bring forward to them. But we have to submit those requests prior. So just so you know that if you do attend a conference, you might have the opportunity also to be part of the delegation.
Councillor Dykens?
Through the mayor
I'm just going to go and shut the
Yeah, I
screen
just
share.
want to follow up on Councillor Ranger's question. Like, is there a process as to who gets chosen to go? Like, say if 7 of us want to go to the same conference, is there a process in place now, or should we develop one, or?
No, that's what I was speaking of, through you, Madam Mayor. We don't have a policy in place right now. We only have the past precedents, which has been, there hasn't been a lot of interest of the members of council, sitting members of council to attend. So right now, there is no, sorry, just trying to see what's going on with the Zoom. There is no process. There is no rule that says X amount of counselors can attend. There is no, you can only spend X amount of dollars at this conference. There is nothing of that. That's what I have my staff looking at, presenting to council to see if it's the will of council to have a regulating document like that, a budgetary document like that.
Counselor Shabbat?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, to, I guess everybody. I attended a few last year. Prior to that, I really did not see any rush well, from anyone to attend any of those meetings because some of them are out of town and it can take a week. The other, Ontario Movement Association was during the week now, so. And then so was the phenomenon that you and I went to Councilor Kylie. So I mean, I think the system is working well. Yes, you may want to do what you want to do, but I always say if it's not broken, don't fix it. So if we have that problem where everybody wants to go, everybody they wanted to go, then we have a policy in place to limit. But for now, from what I saw from last year, that's just my experience. There's no rush to the door to gather those conferences from everyone. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think what the issue was is that we hadn't been fully aware that we could attend. I myself attended AMO twice, once virtually and then once in person. It was not pressed upon council in the past that this is something we should be doing. So I think we're transitioning out of councils that didn't go to these conferences to now we're seeing more interest. So I do believe that there should be a set budget personally, because CAOs go, clerks had often, I ran into clerks at AMO as well. So there are many working parts to going to conferences that we should maybe have a written policy so that it can be in the budget as well. I think that's an important part. Yes, Councilor.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, there's no written policy, I agree. Sort of the rule of the thumb over the last 8 years has been 2 councillors, maximum 2, and CAO is appropriate in most cases. It worked out fairly well. Food for thought.
Yeah, absolutely. Councilor Owen?
Yeah, to you, Mayor, to the rest of council. There was a period of time when council did send people to every conference. That's what we're talking many years ago. Then council got the feeling that the ratepayers of Kirkland Lake looked at it more as a waste of money than as something good for the community. And there was a move away from going to conferences. This is more recently for a number of years. Our past council, we did start going to conferences again. I attended one virtually, and I certainly don't recommend that. It was a long day. Quite frankly, you don't have the interaction that you would have at an in-person conference. So my experience was that I never wanted to do another conference that way. And I wouldn't recommend it, even if the option is there and can say, yeah, we're saving the taxpayers money. It's an ineffective way. You don't get the direct interaction.
Councilor Ranger.
Your Honor, thank you. Just to rebuttal what Councillor Owen said, if it's something that you're familiar with, and I can speak only for myself, that it is a common practice in post-secondary education for virtual conferences. So for some of us, that is a normal experience, and it's certainly the path going forward to save many municipalities and other organizations money and time, because you can, roll back into your work, like you don't have to travel and other expenses. So certainly for some, it may not be the preference, but for others, it's just a balance of in-person and by virtual.
Okay, so good conversation about, the the pulse of council in terms of conference attending and,
So there's
formality and stuff like that. Clerk's office will take all that under advisement. We don't have, a position on it. It's simply to bring the information to council to present to you. Okay, and lastly, I have staff have created a draft 2023 council meeting calendar. So this calendar takes into consideration all of your regional board meetings, wherever you were to sit on them, TMA, and also identify all of the annual conferences. There is 1 or 2 meetings. So in January, Roma falls on the second meeting of the term, but we spoke with some of the members that had identified they'd be going to Roma, and they wouldn't have any objection virtually attending the meeting. This has happened in the past, and it has worked very well. There hasn't really been any issue. And then again in April for the OGRA, the second meeting in April. But otherwise, there may be a couple conflicts in terms of certain meetings, but not many. So this will be presented to you formally. This is just a draft. This will be presented to you formally with a report in open session on December 6th for your approval. And that is all for me. Hours. So would you like to return? Okay, so moved by Councillor Owens, seconded by Councillor Ranger. Be it resolved that this special meeting of council do now adjourn at 3:04 PM.
All in favor? Meeting adjourned.